Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Super Sunday, the grand finale of the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by none other than Nodwin Gaming. It has been a blast all season, hanging out with some of my very close friends. Today, I am with Dendo and Snare, as we are going to be bringing you some action from the FIFA 21 tournament. But before we, a further ado, let us take a look at the schedule.
Leading things off today, we have the Bobo Beast taking on the BeastBianchi. It's grand finals, Super Sunday, Championship Sunday, and we finally have a chance for Bobo Beast to try and gain that Beast crown from the BeastBianchi. Tendo was talking about it on Friday, about how the storyline almost writes itself, and somehow we are here to see the climax of that story and to see whether or not the BeastBianchi can finally ascend to the top of the Umzansi Esports crown here, hosted by Nodwin Gaming, or if this is the Beast losing out to the Bobo Beast, to the up-and-coming Beast. Will we have another Nkosi Super Cup champion? I don't know, but I'm excited to find out, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, like Snare was just saying, this is the Beastly Finals between Bobo Beast and the Beast Bianchi. We are ready to crown a brand new champion, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be a battle of battles because we don't know who's going to win. We have some ideas, but we cannot tell. Now, what are these two players fighting for? It is our amazing Season 4 prize pool, which stands at a big, whopping $17,500. And of course, we know $15,000 goes to PUBG Mobile, but $2,500 is staying right here in the FIFA 22 segment. In the FIFA 22 segment. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the prize distribution. Fourth place, we already know. Fourth and third place have already been decided. That is Divac, Amasum, and they are both getting $250. The first and second place will be confirmed today in the finals. And as you can see on the screens right now, second place gets $500 and first place gets $1,200. That is the prize breakdown of the FIFA 22 segment of the Umzansi Esports League Season 4. We are super excited, ladies and gentlemen. Look at those standings. Stendo, what's going to happen? What are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when I was looking at the bracket when we started off, that this was going to be a bit of a magical bracket, I feel, right? Here for Bobo Beast, and it's got in his favor. The Beast takes down Divac yesterday, a hard-fought battle. And here he is, Championship Sunday. Denied it last time, if I'm not mistaken, and here he is. Can he take it from Bobo Beast, or will what's been happening over time, right? Because there's this overarching narrative that we have to touch on, guys. That Bobo Beast and the Beast, every time this happens, it's Bobo that comes up on top. Is third time the charm over here for Bobo, for the Beast Bianchi, or will Bobo Beast just net it in the park like he has been doing all this time? I don't know. We're just gonna have to see who comes in with the better strats, who has the better game plan coming into this, right? And the mental fortitude, right? Because this is a big temperament game, right? Bobo Beast, yes, lost, Friday, or this Friday rather, was his first testament to what it's like to be on the big stage. But now it's the big stage. This is the final. This is where it all matters. This is what we're gonna be going into our December thinking about. Like, oh yeah, remember that grand final? Yeah, it was Bobo Beast that won it. No, it might be the Beast Bianchi if he's not careful, right? Because the Beast Bianchi is like a viper, and he's gonna bite.
And for a fact today, a beast is going to win. That's what we know. A beast is going to be
Best prediction ever.
The champions. And listen, there's no way. My prediction rate for this particular day is on point, like 100%, just like Pachi. A beast is going to win. I don't know which beast though, but one beast is going to win today. Now it's there. Looking at the whole season, the entire season of what we've had today, we have had some amazing matchups, some amazing matches, some really epic battles, some massive scorelines. You know, and the history between these two players, like Deno said, Bobo Beach usually comes out on top. Do you think he has what it takes today to get one over the beast?
If you'd asked me last week, I would have said that when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to the critical crunch time moments, that the Beast Bianchi is always going to be favored in those situations because of the vast amount of experience that he's had in these crunch games. However, On Friday, we saw Bobo Beast play against Masum, not just win against Masum, but the manner of the win. He showed that he has the mettle necessary to take on the best. Let's not forget that at that point in time, Masum hadn't lost. The entire 4th season of the Umzansi Esports League, he was undefeated. Last season, when he beat TheBeastBianchi, the same was true then. So it seems to me that the harder the contest is, the more Bobo Beast might rise to the occasion. So if you're asking me now, after he's already come back, earned his way in the playoffs, edging out the unfazed Young Savages, literal championship holders, and then beating the Season 2 champion, I find it just so hard to say that he's not going to do it again. It feels like his weekend. It feels like Bobo, his story is ascendant, and it would be a shock to me if he doesn't at least edge this one out by like 1 goal. It will be close, but I have this feeling that Bobo Beast is on track right now. And Julio, TheBeastBianchi, of course he's the best. He's #1. He's been the best for a long time, but every now and then Goliath has to fall, man. And I feel like David is out here with Bobo Beast. Underdog FC is looking like they're no longer underdogs anymore.
Like I said, we're gonna go to overdogs. So I have a question. Like, Bobo Beast's story this season is amazing. If I do recall, he was up for relegation.
Yeah, he survived the promotion
And
relegation
then
and came
survived
back.
the promotion relegation battle, came back, and has now made it all the way to the finals. I mean, you can't write a better story than that. I mean, that movie would be a blockbuster, like it literally set out in the cinemas. So Tendo today, it's going live. The match has started. I'm just gonna leave you guys to take on the action, ladies and gentlemen. Bobo Beast versus the Beast, the Beastly final at the Umzansi Esports League Season 4. Take it away, guys. I'll see you after the games.
Woo. Young Tendo, we are here. This is it. It all comes down to this. The most important matchup for either of these gentlemen. TheBeastBianchi has won everything there is to win in Africa and FIFA. Hasn't conquered the Umzansi Esports League. Brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. And of course, Bobo Beast, this is his first time on the big stage, on the grand final stage. So it really can't get any bigger than this. And this has to be incredible. Every ball is going to be hyped. Every touch has the moment to be magical. Nintendo, although he didn't ask you who you got for this one, what's your scoreline prediction, but hold that thought because you might have an opening goal. Bobo at least is allowing the drama to settle a little bit before getting an early goal scored against him.
I can feel the energy not just coming from you, but coming on top of the pitch right now from TheBeastBianchi. He is here to bite, like I said, and he's just throwing everything at him. The slide tackles are coming through, but it's good. The interception then comes back into the way of Bobo Beast. Don't know what's going on there in the middle, and then there's a lob pass that he's attempting, but very hazardous place for both members right now. I think, it's definitely Championship Sunday. You can feel the nerves, I think, coming from both sides. We'll see how everything is getting stabilized, and Bobo's stabilizing well, especially off the pressure. And there he goes with a good attack in, and the defense is there to stop it. Now Mbappe on the opposite end, he can make something happen.
TheBeastBianchi certainly doesn't want to find himself getting scored against first. He saw how tenacious Bobo can be, even from behind. So he wants to at least put him in a similar situation, trying to get this opening goal. Got Neymar on the run now, on the edge of the box, waiting to feed the ball to a receiving runner. Fana will take the ball instead of Mbappe, who was deep in the box. He somehow still got the ball despite being touched on the interception. It's going to be a long, slow, deliberate kind of build-up here because he's recognizing it's not going to be easy to break down Bobo Beast, but he's finally maybe through here. Neymar, can he get himself through a towel? Not just yet. The defensive posturing is a little bit too good, and look at that. Bobo Beast with the read, able to get the draw back, and Tendo, he's not going to make this easy for TheBeastBianchi. The Beastly Showdowns will continue.
Yeah, the Beastly Showdown is firing, yeah. Oof. Nice pass, but just a man on in the channel. It's not going to be able to get that. Keeper pushes out. Nothing to worry about. We'll find these players there. I mean, yeah, the energy coming from TheBeastBianchi, he's just on attack after attack, and, Bobo's just over here having to sit back and defend, and there's a good ball into Janola. The shot! The shot goes wide. There's a yellow card being flung as well here. Two for Fana. Don't know what happened in that exchange. He's going to go out for a goal kick. Bobo Beast can take a breath, can relax, and I mean, the game is flying by at this rate. I mean, 22 minutes on the clock. Nothing has happened just yet, which is good, right? This is what you want to see from a grand final. No one's letting any early goals come through to maybe ruin the mood and the tempo. But now, Fofana is going to be treading on thin ice for TheBeastBianchi. Yep, he's going to be making those kind of plays again.
I mean, we already saw on Friday what can happen when you end up going a man down in this kind of game. Bobo Beast Well, can definitely take advantage. So the Beast needs to keep all 11 players on the pitch. And now Diego Carlos in the box with the defense against Mbappe. Ginola will pick up the ball and get the shot off, but the 12th man, he's been on the bench all weekend, finally comes up again for an amazing save. The post keeps it clear for Bobo Beast. Oh my gosh, BeastBianchi was finally through, but 12th man tender, we keep forgetting. But whenever you forget, he shows how faithful he can be.
With luck swinging over there for Bobo, I think, you know, defense was crumbling a little bit at the back there while he was trying to clear the ball, but now he can reset. He can try string together an attack of his own. Very slow, methodical. It does seem like Bobo isn't finding any channels that are working for him. It seems like the BeastBianchi is closing him off well. Backed off in the corner, can find the pass here to Fofana. Fofana finds Laurent. Laurent is in a dangerous area when he's usually around these spots. Mbappe, back to Fofana. I mean, yeah, balls is going back and forth for Bobo. He doesn't really have any good options. The BeastBianchi is closing him down so well. If he does get a break, it's going to have to be a break for an attack like this. And nope, he's going to run in. Going to clear that one.
Good defense there from the BeastBianchi, making sure to keep his lines very clear. And like you mentioned, he's just covering every angle, not even utilizing the double man mark, just closing him out and reading the direction that Bobo is heading at every given corner. To be fair, Bobo is doing the same in this final third as well, and it's been fairly difficult for the BeastBianchi to break through this defense. However, we've been spending a lot of time in this final third for Bobo Beast, and only a matter of time if you spend this much time playing here before a goal just sneaks its way through. Now he's on the break. Vinny Jr., when you release somebody right in front of him, is going to be Neymar, but no space there. Get the ball down, and fortunately, this just leads directly into the BeastBianchi now, utilizing said Neymar to try and string an attack together all of a sudden.
But the only players are back for Bobo Beast. He's really trying to cover all these angles. He knows how explosive the BeastBianchi can be on breaks like that. Fofana is in a dangerous spot. Isn't going to let loose the shot. We'll rather bring it into the center to Ginola! The goal flies through! And it's going to be the BeastBianchi to open things up here in this grand final. And I mean, yeah, he's been a, pillar for this team, I think, Ginola, for the BeastBianchi, right? In that attack now. And he's just been goal after goal, and if you don't close him down there, he's just going to find the back of the net.
He was the first one to bring Ginola onto his team. He's the only one who stuck with him throughout all weeks of play, throughout the playoffs, and we see why. BeastBianchi, perfect placement on the goal. Now can play with a little bit less pressure on himself. Just has that situation where all he has to do is keep this closed out, score another one, and try not to concede himself. But see the Bobo Beast trying to utilize the fact that the best time to score is right after you've conceded a goal. He gets the ball into the box, goes for the shot, but it doesn't really go into the back of the net. Keeper will scoop it up, and that ends out the half. That just flew by. Only one goal in it, but still feeling like it's going to be a very long finals here. That one goal, although he got it himself early for the BeastBianchi in this first half, I don't know about you here, Tendo. I'm not fully convinced just yet that this is the exact way the game is going to end. It still feels like the BeastBianchi is not fully comfortable with how this game is, and it still feels like he's trying to do everything in his power to put Bobo Beast away now, before it's too late.
And I kind of just feel like he's playing with that overarching pressure, right? That, it's one of those weird positions to be in when you are the BeastBianchi, right? And you have to live up to kind of this persona and all these accolades that you've gotten for yourself. And to not have this one under your belt, it has to be biting you. And there's a little bit of moments where you can see that, okay, he's kind of just throwing a lot of players in front to try and just weave past the defense. Bobo, I mean, almost a near perfect defensive half, if not for that goal, right? But that goal was a moment of magic, on its own. So what can you really do besides bounce back and try to find a goal of your own, which is what Bobo really needs to start doing. He's a little bit behind, but he can find this team.
Yep. He can certainly find it himself as we kick off in the second half. The first leg here of the grand finals. After this, we will have a new champion in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. Who will it be? East matchup still continues. One goal, as we've seen, is certainly nothing. I mean, Bobo Beast was in this exact position on Friday, and he somehow
he's
got
always
himself
fighting
here.
back as well, right? Bobo, he's found himself behind many times in this league thus far. If you think about it, the way he qualified is from behind, right? So he is in this position where he can capitalize of this negative momentum, maybe string something together.
Trying to utilize the ball that he's just claimed there. Get a forward pass going, but not a lot of room just yet. The TheBeastBianchi able to close him out, but Bobo intelligently retaining possession on the ball, recycles it back up, and now we're in. Mbappe, can he get past this last man? He does, but the defense comes in. The touch just slightly too heavy. It buys enough time for the defender to get it clear. But almost another magic moment here happening, but this time from Bobo Beast instead of the TheBeastBianchi.
And I'm starting to wonder which Beast has more finesse plays. You know, is it the TheBeastBianchi or Bobo Beast? Because I've seen Bobo Beast come in and do some spectacular things, and it looks like a spectacular shot that gets saved. Yeah, almost goes in for the Beast. It will be a corner. He's gonna try and play this one for a cross. Now it looks like it's gonna be played short. The player runs up in. Now it's Mbappe running it in. Okay, whoa. All right, stumbled there. Bobo's able to recover. I'm gonna find this pass as well. This is a dangerous position now, as lots of players are trying to track back for the TheBeastBianchi, but there's no option in front of him for Neymar to play with. But actually, as I say that, everyone's starting to track forward. Will Bobo be able to string something together? Yes, Neymar in! It's a shot! Oh! Vinicius Jr., the rising player in the Umzansi Esports League. That card right there, you gotta love it.
Yo, Vinny Jr. pulls through. Bobo Beast pulls through, and the way he scored that goal, you might have to call him Bobo Barcelona, because that was some old school tick-a-tacker type football. Beautifully slotted into the back of the net. As the run started, like you said, it didn't seem like Neymar had any space to get that ball out. But Bobo Beast, in a magnificent moment, gets himself a goal from amazing passes and prevents Ginola from getting the immediate counter. So he's going to be able to quiet the game down, stall things out. We're back to a drawn position. And it was inevitable. When Bobo gets behind, he only powers up, making this a draw right now. So maybe this is the strategy here, Tendo. Be so scary when you're in the deficit that your opponent is terrified of squaring against you.
And we'll see exactly how the Beast can respond in a dangerous position. He takes the shot, it goes in. The response is quick.
Oh my
Corner
God.
comes in. The turn, the defense is just slacking. Unable to cover that. Once again, Bobo finds himself in a position where he's behind and he has to climb this mountain once again. We've seen him climb this mountain multiple times. I mean, Snare, it's an interesting game, right? Because I think both players are really giving us a show here. I don't want to fault Bobo in any way that he's playing and or the Beast. I think they're just lashing out and trying to strat around each other. And I mean, here's another play coming in from Vinicius. The control is good from Bobo. We'll see what he can string from this attack.
Yeah, you're definitely right. The way it's in a showcase of different styles of approaching this game, and it's been wonderful to see from both of them. Bobo Beast has been on that flair, been on the incisive runs, and the TheBeastBianchi just very clear passing, very clear ideas of where he wants to go. And I must say, his turns on the shot throughout the season, I've been impressed by some of these goals from the TheBeastBianchi that have been scored like that. But it just gets worse and worse as time goes on in terms of how difficult it is to stop. And he's now going for another run here. Neymar on the edge of the wing. Will he be able to get the ball to Ginola? But he does, but not in a very nice position. So channel very difficult to run down. Interplay between the three players, Fofana, Neymar, and Ginola. Going to be good enough to carry the ball forward, but not good enough to get into the box just yet. I say that as he gets in, Mbappe beats his man. But our final defender is there to track back, get the interception. And this game still hangs on a knife's edge, because this might be the break he needs, Tendo, to finally get another goal back.
Oh, he gets through. Neymar with the fancy footwork. It's looking good to Laurent. Laurent's in a dangerous spot. He finds Fofana. Can this cross come in? Can this play comes through? It's a wide pass! The pass goes in! Mbappe! Okay, we got a grand final on our hands here. Because it's just back and forth, and we just seen Bobo Beast do exactly what he was doing with Masum. He shows he can play with the top dogs. He's gonna score against you if you score against him.
Wow.
And I mean, yeah, does this want to end as a draw, or, you know, there's 10 minutes to play for here, Snare? I mean, what's gonna happen?
I have no idea, but if we remember what happened on Friday, every single time Bobo Beast brought in a player off the bench, that player would score literally immediately. So if history is any indication, you need to be worried about Leon Goretzka coming in for him right now. But at the end of the day, Bobo Beast, I don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes. I don't know what's going to happen in the rest of this leg, but I can tell you for sure, no one will ever call this guy an underdog again. Drawn up with the TheBeastBianchi in the grand finals. And he's done so not with lucky goals, but with perfectly crafted, magnificently manufactured goals. And he did it twice now. Just needs to keep this clear for himself. This is a very stressful time. Ginola in the box, but Ginola gets the ball, ran out in front of him. Still going to be a corner for the Beast. He might decide to play this one long. Looking for the header, looking for the aerial play, but no. Takes the safe option. Rather go short, rather keep things a little bit more stable.
It is time to play for Bobo's on the ball. The attack is on. That's a nice ball onto Neymar. Neymar doesn't have the options to work with. We're all running this ball down. And as I say that, once again, it's that same situation as the players are just breaking on the line. Dembele's in. Dembele's trying to get past his defenders, but there's so many. He gets passed in. It ricochets off a player trying to run in. And I mean, whoa, thank goodness for the TheBeastBianchi, because it was looking scary to close things off over there for Bobo Beast.
I think if any Bobo Beast supporters are watching, they're pretty much hoping that you keep mentioning that he has no space to pass, because every time you say that, he just
running on.
Right? And he just finds such incisive ways to get this ball through. And he's back on again. These passes, he's in once more. Mbappe on the receiving end. The running space isn't really fully open, but he's in on possession. The final passage of play will come from Bobo Beast. Will the goal come from this moment in time? He has the ball. Dembele, though, cannot hold on to it. Closed down by not one, not two, but 3 players from the TheBeastBianchi. And you wanted an answer about what's going to happen in the last 10 minutes. We have a draw. It's 2-2. We're going into the final leg with it being a straight-up, pure best of 1 to determine who becomes the ultimate champion of the 4th season of the Umzansi Esports League. Woo! What a tie it's already been, Tendo, and you still have a full leg to go. I'm so hyped.
Yeah, and this just seems like it happens throughout the entire season, right? Where 2 players are equally matched. You know, the first leg, they're kind of feeling each other out in this stretch to see exactly where they are with each other, you know, and it just becomes this BO1 that in this final leg. And it's hard to really tell who to give it to. I don't know who has the edge here. Is it the Beast because he's able to open up the scoring, or the TheBeastBianchi, right, who I'm speaking about, or is it Bobo Beast, right, who, you know, it just has this grit to keep coming back even from behind, right, and still be inventive with these plays that he's trying to do here. I mean, wow, in terms of there will be a new beast on top of this entire, you know, esports league. I think definitely, I feel even Bobo Beast himself, if he comes out of this tie with a win, he'll be a reinvented beast, right? Because the hard-fought battle for him to win this title, for him to be like, yeah, you know, I've been around Africa, I've claimed lots of titles, is going to be a hard one, right? Because Bobo's in this one.
Bobo is really in this one. Bobo is making sure that if you're going to win this, you're going to have to struggle for the TheBeastBianchi. And I just want to just quickly touch on the fact that Bobo has done this by himself. Pretty much every other player in the Umzansi Esports League has some form of institutional backing. Some of them have lost it in recent times, but they've had it at some point. Bobo Beast has done this the hard way. Just sitting down quietly, grinding it out, week in, week out. Having very difficult seasons, going down to promotion relegation, coming back. But the TheBeastBianchi, he wants to mount this particular hurdle, wants to get to the top of the Umzansi Esports League because he hasn't done it before. He wants to demonstrate that there's no competition he's not the best in. But for the TheBeastBianchi, this is his first announcement, his first entry into the annals of FIFA greats here in Africa. And he just needs to win this one leg, one match. Can he do it? We're in through for the kickoff here, Tendo. And this is it. 90 more minutes of play. The first half is on. And the TheBeastBianchi, he's touching the ball. He really wants this. But Bobo Beast arguably might really deserve this. So let's see what happens as we get into the finale, Tendo. Let's do it.
You know, and these are those emotional moments as well, right? When you're a player and you're kind of looking back on how the season has gone, right? You know, it's been so tough for Bobo Beast to find himself in the grand final, to play for such a prize pool, right? You know, he's trying to give his all. And then if you look on, you know, the TheBeastBianchi, right? He's just trying to prove to everybody that he is one of the top dogs in this country. And he is a top dog moment, if not for the keeper, to hold it off just a little bit. Allison coming in clutch in that position over there for Bobo. And I mean, yeah, the storylines are running deep with both players. You know, there's so much to play for. There's so much to walk away with this, right? New champion as well. We won't be getting a back-to-back. We won't be getting a repeat champion. So there's so much.
Definitely is so much. The most competitive scene. This game, so far, outside of that early goal attempt, TheBeastBianchi still has most of the ball now. Early days, he's got Ginola On the attack. Oh, what a ball through, but Bobo read that quite well. Had that goal gone through, it would have been crazy. And it looks like, funnily enough, TheBeastBianchi is sort of playing like Bobo was in the last game, looking instead for these run-on passes to try and surge through the defense. So he's recognized that, you know, you always know that the best form of flattery is imitation. And, you know, TheBeastBianchi showing respect to his opponent, saying, yeah, those strats are pretty good, fam. I'm going to try them out myself.
Definitely, and I mean, as you say that, ooh, he's it was Neymar. It gets snuffed out, you know, and you know I was gonna make
referee.
no, that was an offside. That was an offside. I was gonna make a bit of a reference, right, on that, you know, that imitation thing, you know, like Drake, you know, in the one song said imitation's just annoying him, and maybe that's just what's happening in that kind of situation with Bobo, right? Okay, I see what you're trying to do. You're not gonna catch me out with my own kind of plays, right? But it's good, you know. Sometimes the best strat is your enemy's strat, and that's just exactly what Bobo Beast.
Oh my! Offside,
okay,
offside,
the offsides are gonna give me a heart attack with the way they're panning out over here, but. Yeah, just to finish off on what I was saying is just, you know, TheBeastBianchi trying to read what Bobo Beast is trying to do and implement it himself, right? Because it can catch you off guard at the end of the day. So see exactly what happens. Yeah, as he's in for a shot maybe, and it's just muscling off the ball from Bobo Beast. He still has it. TheBeastBianchi. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a slugfest.
Crazy right now. The defense has been very heavy. Oof, Beast. Bobo Beast, that is. The interception, the defensive game. You know, this is coming from the man who we critiqued as being one of the worst defenders in Season 3 of the Umzansi Esports League. He's clearly leveled up into one of the best. He's now making a counter-attacking run. Good read with the ball there from TheBeastBianchi to keep him out of the final third. But the way he's been playing Bobo Beast, not allowing Ginola especially to have any time on the ball, no opportunity to make these turns. And he's leaving Neymar to get these runs. Look what he's doing, tracking back to close out the passing lanes if it's Neymar or Fofana. As soon as it's Ginola, we're getting a bit closer. And yet again, inside the box, muscling the ball off of Mbappe. No, Bobo Beast not going to allow the early goal. Is he finally here in playoff Championship Sunday? Going to get a goal first here, Tendo.
Oof. Looked good while Neymar's making that run, but unfortunately gets cut off. And it's just back and forth, you know, they're exchanging attacks, but, you know, the ball gets converted by either or. There's just this build-up and this recycling play that happens. Ginola's on, Neymar now. In a dangerous position once again, the Beast, but nothing's really been converted as this turn comes in and Mbappe takes a crack over shot. It goes in, and once again the TheBeastBianchi pulls ahead in this tie. So I was about to make a reference, right? Doesn't it feel like Bobo Beast is like inspiration, right? Just on this incredible run.
Yeah.
No one would have believed it, and then, you know, yeah, he's here in the final, and then damn, it's France.
Damn, it's France, bruh. And this is funny that you say that, because back in prior seasons of the Umzansi Esports League, before we adopted the Ultimate Team format, the Beast's preferred team was France back then. So, you know, definitely that story writes itself as well. However, Bobo Beast has been scored against first every single game he's been in here in playoff weekend, here on Championship Sunday. He's no stranger to the circumstance. Just needs to find a way to get his own goal back. And he doesn't manage to stay on the ball, unfortunately for him. TheBeastBianchi very good with this momentum. And also, just to quickly talk about how the goal happened. We were talking earlier about how the Beast is so good at getting the ball and turning in the box. In that playoff, he got 2 turns. 1 turn for the pass, 1 turn for the goal. So if he's able to be locked out of that, Bobo Beast can keep a clean sheet. If not, might just have more of those goals coming through if he's not able to cover every single angle of these attackers. As Ginola trying to go for another turn now. Not going to be allowed to do so, though. So the ball recycled back into midfield.
Yeah, and I mean, defense is still really strong from Bobo, you know. It's just these slip-ups that happen here and there that are costing him, that are keeping him behind. Here he is on an attack with Neymar, who gets tactically tackled there, I'd like to say. Look at this play as he pulls it back, trying to open up a little bit of space for players to run in front, but TheBeastBianchi's closing it down. Let's find Dembele, and Dembele gets closed out by Marquinhos, who's also just been, you know, a highlight card inside the Umzansi Esports League thus far this season. And I mean, we're seeing them all in this game, right? All the players we've been speaking about, right? You know, just here, Vinicius is here, you know, up and coming. We don't have Donnarumma this time around.
Oh,
We're preferring Allison. But yeah, all the star players. Oh, it's
okay.
watch here. Up is on. Chidinola, it's a tiki-taka play between the two. Can he find the shot on to pull ahead in the lead? No, it's the keeper.
Woo.
Sends it wide.
Allison shows up out of the stick, sends it wide. They get the corner. What's he going to do now? He's been playing this short reliably, and he's going to do so again for the TheBeastBianchi. With this 1-goal lead, will he be able to extend this to 2? Mbappe gets a very good dispossession for Bobo Beast, and now this might set up for a counterplay, but halftime whistle blows. A bit unfortunate because there were a few players that seemed on in that situation, but doesn't end up panning out. We still have the goal for the TheBeastBianchi. He's still ahead. Tendo, 45 minutes left, and he can get himself to that championship. He can finally be the #1 player in the Umzansi Esports League. But Bobo Beast, this kind of situation, this kind of adversity, this is where he thrives. He was behind on goals at the very end of the game against Masum. And in that last 45 minutes, he pulled out a victory. Is there any way that... There's no way he does this again, right? Is this just how it's going to happen no matter what? Is the TheBeastBianchi just fated to always go down to Bobo?
I mean, right now it's looking good for the Beast, right? You know, I think at least in that first half, he was the one with a little bit more control of what was going on. And now you have to kind of imagine, is extra time on the cards once again? You know, is this kind of just how it's going for Bobo Beast? As he's still, you know, trying to find that extra little bit of, you know, gas to get him over the finish line, just to dial it up a little bit to get himself back into this game, because he's on par in, you know, certain respects with the TheBeastBianchi. You can definitely see that defense is tight, you know, plays are tight, but it's just that little edge that the TheBeastBianchi has, right? And I think that's experience from the Beast that Bobo just doesn't have yet. But hey, man, a fighter's got to be a fighter.
I mean, you have to gain that experience for the first time at some point, right? And here he is, he's in the box! Barcelona Bobo! Barcelona Bobo with the goal! He's tied back up, we're 1-1. Bobo Beast is still in this, he refuses to go down. How is this possible? How does he keep doing this, Tendo?
I don't know, honestly. He just, give him an inch and he'll take it. You know, he's one of those players. That's exactly what happened there. He's on for it again. He's looking for more. And I mean, the best time to score for yourself as well is just after you score, you know? When it works the flip way. The TheBeastBianchi needs to find something to just reassert himself into the second half. Because now we're tied up again. Extra time is looming. There's all these factors coming into this. You know, the doubt as well is going to be creeping in. But for now, let's focus on his attack. As he's here, Fofana is on the ball, finding these passes. Now it's Mbappe, who's in a dangerous spot. Janola, will we see another legendary Beast turn? No. He's going to get snuffed out by Bobo Beast this time. The ball's recycled.
Bobo Beast is also adapted, because earlier on we saw him doing the immediate close down plays onto Janola. Now he's giving him space to run to look for dispositions, and he's giving himself space to run. Finds the ball deep into the other side of the box. He's in now with the shot. What a save. Petr Cech makes sure that Bobo Beast doesn't go ahead. You're not allowed to play from ahead, only from behind. But the cross, no! The defense. TheBeastBianchi got there at the perfect last second. Otherwise, that was a guaranteed goal, Tendo.
That was a guaranteed goal, and he's still in it. He gets another cross in. It looks like another corner, if I'm not mistaken. He's going to play it short once again. Will he get past the defenders? He's going to play back in deep, looking for the long cross, and he's a player! And once again, it's the keeper! He's there! What's going on here? The TheBeastBianchi can recycle now and try to get himself forward after all that pressure he's been absorbing. Now you don't want to see Bobo crack to that, especially after how many goal attempts he had, because this is exactly where the TheBeastBianchi thrives, and he gets the ball out.
Oh my gosh, rare mistake. Even the Beast will succumb to pressure sometimes. Even the TheBeastBianchi is a human at the end of the day. But okay, I guess all beasts are human, you know, it's fine.
I mean, yeah, you can just see, I think the nerves are starting to hit both players, right? Because it's actually so close. You know, you can't call it. And right now, I don't really know where the edge is, because, you know, we talked about Bobo trying to find that extra edge, and he did. Put himself back into this game. His defense has been looking good as well. Here's the corner coming in for the TheBeastBianchi. What's going to happen? Is he going to try and go for the cross plays? Yeah, and I think Bobo's probably one of the best set-piece players in the league, man. I mean, wow. Those crosses spot on all the time.
I mean, we don't really see that many set-piece goals in this game, and Bobo Beast almost got 4 in that passage of play. He has to defend, though, after this corner. Janola, sorry, Janola, you can't turn anymore, my friend. I'm onto your tricks. Stop it from happening. And Bobo Beast queued up the pause here, and we've often seen him score before or after such a pause happens. Let's see what's going to happen here. It does get dispossessed. However, he's done the thing of carrying the ball far away from his goals. This is where he needs to be. He can play this endurance game. He's demonstrated that he has that ability. Bobo Beast just needs to keep his composure here. And the TheBeastBianchi is still trying to crack him, but the more and more this game is going on, the more it feels like Bobo has figured out how to not get cracked by the Beast, and we see yet again a very advanced interception that might lead onto a counter.
And I think the TheBeastBianchi just needs to find, a little bit more gas in his pedal, because it's definitely slowing down, I think, in this situation. Oh, here's a play that's coming through. Vinicius is in a dangerous spot, but the defense is there. The line is held. And everything is good for now. The TheBeastBianchi, as he's able to get his own attack going on the way. And I mean, Snare, what do you even say, right, to both these players? What do they need to even change in this, this late game situation? It's tied up. The difference of walking away with about $500 and $1,200 is one goal. Like, how scary must that be?
It's a very expensive goal that's coming up to the board right now. So it's a very stressful situation as well. And the only advice we can give these players is honestly keep doing what you have been doing. What you've been doing has clearly been working. The only reason neither of them are ahead isn't because they've been making mistakes, isn't because there's something lacking in their approach, but simply because the opponent they're against is also of top 1 champion caliber. Very difficult to play against an opponent at that level. So the two of them, 2 titans of the game right now. 3-3, I think, is a very fair scoreline. And Goretzka's back. He's back again,
And, every time he brings Goretzka in, something happens.
Yep.
So you got to be worried. 10 minutes on the clock. Yeah, 10 minutes, that sums up the last, 2 months of these players. And I mean, can't give it to any of them. This is going to be a goal kick, won't be a corner. TheBeastBianchi has a bit of an advantage. Can maybe try to build up this play. I mean, Bobo Beast has a bit of an advantage to build up this play from the back. Look how hard they're pressing up on the players. But that's going to open gaps up front, and thankfully it's snuffed out.
If he blocked that ball aerially, I think he might have been able to get the space. There were 2 center-backs pretty far back, so it wasn't going to be offside. But he still gets the ball back. They might still have the final say. As I say that, the ball given over. It looks like even these final 10 minutes are going to be unpredictable. Rather back and forth with the passes. The TheBeastBianchi, though, he's in the box. Is he going to get the expensive goal? Yes, he will! Yes, he will! $700 goal, baby! Kylian Mbappe for the TheBeastBianchi. He's ahead. He's done it. And right now, Tendo, he is currently, if nothing changes, Umzansi Esports League champion. Will he lose out on this lead? Can Bobo Beast do more magic? We've only got 5 minutes left. Is this too much? Or does he still somehow figure out a way to pull another rabbit out of the never-ending hat?
And I mean, look at the strats that he's playing out here. He knows it's all or nothing. Have to push players forward. Have to just try and get this attack up, right? Because at the end of the day, he just needs to equalize to at least guarantee the extra time, right? Because odds of him getting another goal to close it up now isn't going to really happen. And this attack is everything for Bobo Beast. The TheBeastBianchi needs to park the bus and just hope that none of the kids want to enter. Let's see exactly what happens. Here's Bobo trying to get this build-up play from the back. Vinicius on the ball, Lorenz. I mean, it's going to be a slow one, I think, as he's trying to pull it up. If there's any mistake now, it's over, right? And there's the ball. It comes in. Mbappe. That was the pause. That was it. That's the season.
I think that
especially if he holds onto the ball.
Oh, gosh. Only one more minute of play. There's no chance left for the Bobo Beast. TheBeastBianchi. You think he has finally cracked it? The Umzansi Esports League title, which has eluded him for so long. He didn't do it in Season 1, lost out in the finals. Season 2, lost out in the semi-finals. Season 3 didn't even make it to the playoffs. Now, here he is at the very end of it. Nintendo, if he can hold on to this ball, if he can keep it in possession, he will have done it. The referee blows his whistle. The referee calls the game. BeastBianchi has done it. He has won the series. He's won the tie. He has shaken off the Bobo Beast off his back. And more importantly, he has now finally done what he has never been able to do up until now and climb the mountain, get to the top. He is your new Umzansi Esports League champion. Season 4 will have the Beast name in it forever. At long last, he's there. Woo! What a player, what a man. The Goliath talisman brings it home for the organization.
Yeah, I think that was beautiful.
That was totally beautiful. Like I said, a beast would win today, and it has been TheBeastBianchi. It was a tough game. Really went down to the wire. I mean, last minute goal. I mean, what more can you ask for in the final tender?
Yeah, and you have to put respect to both players in this tie, right? Because there's so much that over the year that TheBeastBianchi has achieved, right? And this one, like we've been saying, it's just that over-looming title that you could just never net it in, right? And to get it for Christmas, how special is that for him, right? So all the respect to him. And Bobo, what a season! Coming from the bottom of relegation, having to work your way up to come to the spot to go up against TheBeastBianchi, right? To take him to the very brink, because that's what we saw today. He took TheBeastBianchi to the brink, right? That was not a walk in the park for him. And I mean, yeah, it's just a great way to end off the season, I think, right? Because I don't think any player can really feel bad at that outcome, right? Like I said, TheBeastBianchi gets the title. That's amazing for him after all the hard-fought battles he's fought through. And now Bobo Beast shows just keep grinding, keep working at it, and you'll get there, And just wow, what a season.
What an amazing season it is, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. The brackets are there. TheBeastBianchi officially the Umzansi Esports League Season 4 FIFA 22 champion after taking out Bobo Beast 4-3 on our aggregates. It is done and dusted, and as you can see, I will give the prize distribution again. Masoom and Divac, third and fourth place, $250 each. Second place, the Bobo Beast with $500, and in first place, our new champion, TheBeastBianchi, with $1,200. And that officially wraps up Season 4 of the FIFA 22 segment of Season 4 of the Umzansi Esports League. Snare, Tendo, I mean, it has been a pleasure running through this season with you. I look forward to Season 5 and some more action and see who's coming up from Nkosi and some of these players that are going to be giving a challenge for next season's championship. Ladies watching right now at home, we thank you so much. I want to say a big thank you to Snare and Tendo. We'll be taking a break right now, and then we'll be back with the finale of the PUBG Mobile segment at the Umzansi Esports League Season 4. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, see you after the break. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final day of the grand finals of the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Nodwing Gaming. My name is Dr. With two of my best mates, Esproxy and Pachi, and we are here to give you all the action. Esproxy, I just have to say, I love the LEDs. I'm just going to say the RGBs is the way to go, bro. Listen, we are here to bring you all the action that is PUBG Mobile. And it's been crazy. It's been an amazing weekend. We have seen action. We have seen teams come through. We have seen teams not come through. And we are going to be giving you some amazing, amazing action today. Listen, this is the day that if you don't come correct, you are gonna lose. And there's a lot up for grabs. Now, S Proxy, I'm gonna be asking you, what are you looking for today? Which teams are you rooting for? I know we like our BBCs, but who else are we looking out for?
I mean, if there's one team that you can't be overlooking, it's Infinity AF. I mean, the fact is that they came out of seemingly nowhere, picking up the most amount of kills so far in these finals, picking up such consistent points. I mean, the first team to reach those triple-digit points, and currently they're obviously the contender that we're thinking is going to be taking the championship. But of course, there's a few other teams that, we're looking out for. Patchy and I were talking off camera, and he mentioned, like Esports as well. A team that's been consistent, a team that's been very surprising in their performance. So definitely a team as well that you want to watch out. And then BBC, that rounds out your top 3 currently. So after today, that might be a different top 3. I am still waiting for the heavy hitters like Slime4KT, like G3 Temper to pick up, the slack a little bit and show us that they can still, hang it with the big dogs. But for the time being, those are your top 3. So definitely the 3 teams you should be looking out for.
So someone said to me that they should watch out because Slime KT is going to come out today and win all maps and take the finals. Patchy, do you think that's possible?
Well, I mean, anything's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. I certainly think we're going to see the likes of 4KT turn up a little bit, because if they don't, they're going to be dropping off, and it's very unlike 4KT to let things get out of hand that much. It was a little bit of a late turn on for them, and I think the same could be said about G3. It was looking like, are these guys even going to make it up to first page by the end of day 2? But they did manage to get there. So at least there's that going on for them. Today is obviously the final. It's the final of the final. We've got 4 maps as per usual. And they basically only have those 4 maps to make a difference, right? And so I think if there was ever going to be a 4KT or a G3 chance for winning, it's going to be, they're going to have to get some pretty good performances. Not necessarily chickens, all 4 maps, but certainly, they're going to be want to finish quite strong on just about every map. Because as soon as one of these teams drops the ball, there are a bunch of teams that are waiting to take their place. I mean, every single team has been, they've shown us that they can perform. And even down on the second page, those teams are strong. So if anyone drops the ball on the first page, somebody's going to be there to take it immediately. So, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily going to be 4 chickens back to back, but they certainly have to have some consistent performance.
So, I mean, today it's all about consistency. We have teams that have shown up and have given us some amazing gameplays down there. Let's look at the schedule for today. We have Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. That is our famous finals burger with the 2 buns being Erangel and nice cheese. And how did you put it again? What do you call the beef? The patty inside it called Miramar. So that nice little sandwich of edible chickens that people are going to come through and try and win today. Obviously, we know some teams have strengths on different maps, and we're looking forward to seeing who's going to do what on where. Now, you might ask, what are all these teams fighting for? Just in case you don't know, let us remind you of the prize pool, what the teams are fighting for, and it is a whopping $17,500, with $15,000 going to the PUBG Mobile segment and $2,500 staying in the FIFA 22 segment, which has already been shared by a lot of players. If you missed it, go back and watch the VOD. I'm not going to tell you about it. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, to win this money, there is a placement. This placement and the points and the prizes are distributed as does S-Proxy. Talk us through this prize distribution.
Of course, $15,000 are up for grabs shared amongst the top four teams, with the fourth place team taking $765, third place team taking $920, second place taking a whopping $1,530, and of course, your champions of season 4 will be taking home $3,680 for first place.
Wow, that is some amazing prize pool distribution right there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are also some other prizes to be giving out, which we'll be explaining later. But let's also talk about what it takes for these teams to get there. But who are the teams that are competing in these finals right now? Let's take a look at the teams that are competing in the finals.
Yeah, take a look at that list right there. We have seen some crazy things out of the likes of Infinity AF. On the other hand, of course, Zero Tolerance Skills has been a little bit slow to start on a lot of these games and a lot of the maps that we've seen this week. And Slime 4KT also a bit slow to the party, but they certainly have started to show up recently. Influence Rage also out here. G3 a little bit lower on that first page. BBC, however, a fantastic performance in the finals this weekend so far. They're still sitting in third place, and I would very much like to see them keep their top position by the end of this day, really. Team Unique, of course, also a team that has been doing relatively well, and the Magicians, of course, to round that out, another team that has done really well to actually get themselves here even in the first place, especially coming up from the bottom in the beginning of the season, coming in with a bang, and then just bringing it all the way out. C Esports, we've got Sincerity, ATROX, Rila Insiders, Lag Esports, Sidemen, Aphelion, Apex, and the Natural Killers, a lot of which who have been getting into the tussle. Unfortunately, the likes of ATROX, for instance, not able to really just start the sprint. But the fact that they are even here speaks volumes about all of these teams, really. Sincerity, also a team been doing pretty well so far, which is fantastic to see. Lag Esports, obviously, what more do I need to say about that? They're all the way up in second place. The Natural Killers, they were a team that definitely we were waiting to see form, and after the beginning of this finals, I really thought we were going to maybe see them turn it up just a little bit, but we haven't really seen them do that to the fullest extent, I think. Other than that, yeah, I mean, we really are going into this one for the final time. We've got 4 maps, and of course, here are those overall standings. This is exactly where the teams are placing to begin with. So just to give you an idea of where all the teams are starting out, so that you know what each single map has an impact on. It's the scoreboard right here. Infinity AF still leading the pack, 124 points. So they're still the only team that's broke 100 points at the moment. Lag Esports second place, BBC in third as well, very close behind Lag Esports. 4KT taking up fourth position. And most of the teams are quite close to one another, which has been another theme of this season and of this finals. We've got Rila Insider, Team Unique, G3, and Influence Rage to round off that first page. But I mean, keep an eye on the next scoreboard. 55 is the cutoff for the first page, 53 being the next point in line here, with the Sidemen in position number 9. So I mean, these guys are super close behind, which is why I say anyone on the second page, with one slip up from somebody on that first, somebody here on the second page can come in there and just send it fully. The Magicians in position 10, Natural Killers in 11, Aphelion Apex in 12, Sincerity in 13, Zero Tolerance in 14, C Esports in 15, and of course ATROX there in 16. So yeah, I'm very, very keen to see what these teams have in store for us today.
Yeah, and to see those teams there on the different pages, we know that they have to gather points. And what you're looking at right now is a point structure that we've been using all season long. Of course, you can see first place gives you 15 points, second 12, third 10, fourth 8, fifth 6, sixth 4, seventh 2, eighth to 12, 1 point, to 16s get 0 points, and the almighty 1 kill, 1 point, which has proven to show that is the difference between a lot of teams. As we see, our top teams are getting up those kills and placements points. It's a nice balance of both to get to the points, to get you to the position to win major money. Now, Xbox, we've been talking especially about some of the stuff going on. What do you want to tell us about some of our kill leaders as we're looking at?
So, I mean, it's no surprise that you see two of the members of Infinity AF on these kill leader lists here. And I mean, Kato has been performing since the semifinals. Since before the semifinals, we've been seeing his name pop up on this list time and time again. Currently leading with 40 kills, and I might remind you, the Infinity AF currently have 52 kills, so that's just a little bit of math for you to do there. But overall, honestly, 6,360 damage. I can't even believe that's a number. Then you look over at Aimer 4KT from Slime 4KT, sitting at 6,636 damage. So, I mean, again, these are all members from teams that we've been seeing time and time again come through and really perform to their absolute best. Off camera, you know, we were talking about BBC, to see them in that top 3. I know Patchy is just elated, absolutely so happy to see them making a stance in those standings, and that's in big part thanks to these amazing kill leaders like Lord coming through with 29 kills. So ultimately, I am very interested to see if this is going to change, if we're going to see a new addition to the kill leaders as the day progresses. But so far, it's looking really good for the Infinity AF. They've got 2 members up here.
Yeah, just also to add on to what S-Proxy was saying, the kill count you're seeing is a combination of the kills from the semifinals and the finals. So just so everyone is clear on exactly what the numbers are looking for and how it's collated, these kill scores are a combination of what happened in the semifinals and the finals. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. We are getting ready to go into the maps. Okay, I'm going to do this. We've talked about it before. I know I've asked you sort of your predictions and things like that, but I'm going to ask again. Patchy, Mr. 100% prediction record. Who's going to come out on top in this first map?
Well, this first map has had a bit of an interesting sort of status in the semifinals because of, you know, the fact that we have 2 iterations of it, one in the beginning, one at the end, and since it's the first map played, a lot of the time we get a little bit of dicey results. I feel, however, that because this is the last day and the teams have really just been getting into it in the last 2, I think we're actually going to see a very clean game, hopefully, coming out in the game number 1. It's going to be a lot more organized. The teams are going to get really just some phenomenal gameplay for us. They're going to get into it nicely. I don't think it's going to be too crazy. So I think we'll probably see some consistent performance out of the likes of Infinity and Lag. I'm hoping, though, that we're going to see BBC actually sneak in here and grab a chicken. I'm not necessarily saying in the first map, but I would certainly like to see them grab a chicken towards some of the maps sometime today. So consistent performance from Infinity and Lag, I think, and then some maybe sneak performances from G3 and 4KT if they are trying to get something going, because that was the question that I had right in the beginning. I said that they have the potential, but only if they turn up. If they don't turn up, then
it is what it is. S-Proxy, what's your predictions? Well, are you echoing Patchy's, as we say in Nigeria, why you way of giving predictions that just makes it looks like he said something, but he's giving himself a lot of room for error?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he needs to keep up that 100% prediction rate, and that goes with not giving straight answers. But I'm going to say I'm going to be staring at Infinity AF. You know, if we're going to be seeing them take the championship, it's going to start off with this first game. Of course, we still got plenty of maps today and plenty of opportunities for them to pick up those points. But right now, they have put themselves such a beautiful foundation that if they continue building on that, I don't see a reason why we won't be crowning them the champions for this season. Though, like Esports, very close. So they're the other team that I would be looking at. So maybe between the 2 of them.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to step into the first map. The plane is already in the air. We are about to get the action as we are going in. Our teams are getting ready to jump off, and I'm jumping off right now and leaving in the very capable hands of S-Proxy and Patchy as they talk you through all the action.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sid. We should be getting in hopefully sometime soon. It looks like we've got some errors there on screen. I was actually about to say, you know, we can't really put it away when it comes to Infinity, because they're so far ahead of everyone else at the moment. it's kind of difficult to bet against them. As Proxy mentioned that we were talking about this a little bit off screen, and we were actually chatting about it. Is this a performance from Infinity AF that's fantastic? Or is this just everyone else slacking? And I said my opinion on the matter is actually that everyone else is doing quite well. I think the entire lobby at the moment is actually quite strong. I think the performances from these teams has been really good. We've been talking pretty much all season long how it's been the most competitive season of Umzansi. That is not an understatement. It has been fantastic here in season 4. These teams have been really showing up, and I mentioned how getting up here into the finals is nothing to scoff at. I mean, despite the fact that a team like ATROX is at the bottom of the log at the moment, they made it here to the finals, right? That in and of itself is just fantastic. These teams have been really, really great in terms of performance, and with that in mind, that has to just indicate the fact that Infinity AF have been doing really, really well.
Listen, I today I have an idea of something that's going to happen. I'll tell you now. Slime Fork here, KT are going to come through and do some magic, and they're going to take it today. Infinity will try, but Slime Fork KT is going to win back to back. I'm telling you this. Take it from me. The long shot odds is gonna happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to restart our engine and fly back into the Erangel. Now, this Erangel map right now is a space where some teams have had a lot of luck. Now, I want to ask specific questions about the teams who haven't really pulled their weight, like the likes of Zero Song with the skills, ATROX who have managed to just put out like 12, 13 points on the board. Do you think these teams have hope to even get into a position where they can get some wins?
No. So, look, they can get into a position where they can get wins, yes, but not into a position where they can win anything from this season. At this point, I mean, if you look at it, we got 3 days, 4 maps each, in this weekend that they had an opportunity to pick up points. And I mean, Zero Tolerance sitting alone right now at around 37 points, ATROX sitting at 17 at the bottom of the log. And I mean, the cap that we're looking at is 124, and that's the starting point for today. So I think it's possible that they can, obviously, it's possible for anyone to pick up a winner chicken dinner today, but not possible for them to get into that top 4 where they're going to get that prize pool.
So let me tell you how Atrox is going to do it. Atrox is going to have 430 bomb games back to back.
I was actually about to chime in and say, for Atrox to actually get there, they have to have 4 back-to-back 30 bomb games.
30 bomb games, winner
exactly
chicken dinner, every single game.
Games.
Nah.
And Infinity has to have no points. Do you know what I mean?
They also need to take out the top 5 every single time if they want to make that work. Every single time. The first 5 teams they need to kill has to be our top 5.
Listen, this can be an action movie. This can just be a movie that we've never seen before. After all, it is the Umzansi Esports League. It's season 4. Action can happen. I believe in this thing. But we all know that it's not going to happen, and we have our usual suspects are going to be up there at the top. We are ready. We're getting ready. It's about 30 seconds before the plane just opens up, and some guys are diving out into the diaspora to go and start shooting themselves. So, ladies and men to gents, are you ready for me? If you're watching at home, if you're in the chat, I'm seeing your activity. Please keep the chat going. We love it. We want to hear your predictions. Who are you rooting for? Give your team the energy that they need to push on and get to the next phase of the map. My name is Dr. Seed, and I'm right here with Pachi and S-Proxy, and this screen is going to change in about 10 seconds, and you're going to see an aeroplane, and that aeroplane is going to be flying over a place called Erangel, which some guys inside the airplane are going to jump out, land, and start shooting each other. So, BBC, how far are they? Do you think they have a chance? As I leave you guys to talk us through all the action. See you guys after the maps.
Thank you, Dr. Sid. We appreciate you. And of course, Erangel, it is here. Patchy, the last day of the grand finals of season 4, and BBC, the team that you have been following since day number 1, is currently in 3rd.
Oh Oh yeah, I'm not gonna like get too hyped up or anything, otherwise it might seem like I'm, one-sided or whatever, picking favorites or whatever. But I mean, sometimes you just gotta appreciate what's there, you gotta appreciate the story, appreciate the teams that have, put in the long sprint through the seasons. Um, and yeah, it's been enjoyable to watch them. I was chatting yesterday with DK about how it's been really great to see BBC go from a team that was just able to pull out some really crazy rotations and be just really surprising and sneaky to use that element of surprise and try and get some kills and get in here and there, and they've transformed into a team that's been proven exceptionally capable at attacking, at defending, at rotating, positioning. They can take the fight with the best of them, and the proof is in the pudding. It's right here. I mean, the top three after two out of 3 days of the grand finals of season 4, here they are, in the talks of potentially grabbing a top spot for the finals, which is fantastic. So yeah, I mean, it's really great to see. I love to see a story like that. Just as awesome as it is to see the underdogs come in from the bottom and do some crazy things. It's also great to see a team like that that's been around, kind of evolving and getting better and really just proving that anyone can put in the work and just become a fantastic team. If you keep at it. So yeah, it's there's some cool stories like that to follow, and especially if you've been a long time fan of the Umzansi Esports League here with the PUBG Mobile segment. This is what we get. This is what we get. And of course, now that we're heading into it, our zone going all the way up to the north, flight path being a little bit tricky there. Going to take them down a little bit further south. So we're going to see a lot of rotations that have to come through right off the bat in the beginning, which may cause a little bit of chaos in the beginning, maybe just a little bit of the early fighting just to get in and across that line. But other than that, I think the teams should mostly be fine. I'm a little bit concerned for maybe the likes of Sincerity if G3 and Unique decide to stick around for any amount of time, because then the rotation is going to be a little bit difficult off the island. Despite the fact that they, picking up some good patchy points out of that, it's not really going to help you if you can't get off the island.
So one time we have a team absolutely dedicated to the patchy points, and the zone just decided to fault them.
You know what?
Ouch.
Sometimes you've got to, sometimes you've got to sacrifice for the things that are worth it, and the patchy points are worth it.
Patchy points are absolutely worth it. It is the finals, and I mean, I'm loving it. I'm loving that we're seeing a few new teams picking up some patchy points, and I'm loving that we're seeing a lot of teams actually prioritizing those rotations. We were talking about it. We talk about it all the time. Rotations, rotations, rotations. Oftentimes, we've seen the team that have come out the best out of these games have been the teams that have rotated early, got themselves set up within the zone, and then they were able to sit and hold that line, contain the teams trying to get into that zone, pick up a few kills here and there from the safety of those rotations, and then just continue on. I mean, if you tune into Infinity AF, they're one of those teams that are sitting quite close to zone, if not in the zone already. So they're going to have that, that time to just loot up, get themselves ready and set for the games to come through. And Patchy, it would be thoroughly interesting if we do get a new champion here for Umzansi season 4, but it also would be, I mean, it would be lovely to be able to crown, Slime 4KT a back-to-back win. That also would be a fantastic story in and of itself. And I mean, they're currently sitting in 4th place. They also have this they tied actually with Infinity AF with the most amount of winner chicken dinners. So I mean, it's not like they're a bad team whatsoever. As you mentioned, everyone has been playing exceptionally, but Infinity AF have just been on something else, and I don't know if this is the last day that they're going to be showing us, or if the rest of the teams have potentially adapted to what Infinity AF has been doing, because this is the only weekend where on all 3 days we've had exactly the same teams playing every single day, getting used to each other, and potentially learning how to counter that Infinity AF push.
Yeah. Honestly, I know Dr. Sid is quite convinced of the 4KT back-to-back wins here, but I honestly, I don't think I'm on that boat right now. I don't see that happening at all. I think they have the potential to pick up a chicken dinner, at least one today, but I really do think that the other teams have been giving them a run for the money for a reason. It's sure, one can always argue, oh, okay, 4KT, and they're just going to step it up now. They're going to show their full strength now. It's kind of like, this isn't my final form.
They were holding out.
Yeah, but I think even with that, you can't take it away from the likes of Infinity, the work they've put in already. You know, you mentioned it yourself. The starting point at the moment is 120 something points already, right? Nobody else has 100 points yet. Everyone's sitting like the highest that we've got below that is like 80. So we're already starting with a lead that is quite considerable, actually. I mean, we're talking like 30, 40 points easy. That's one good game that separates them. In other words, they have a fantastic game buffer zone, essentially. Literally, the team that's directly beneath them could drop a fantastic 30-bomb game, and that all that would do is eat the buffer zone beneath that Infinity AF have built up for themselves. So it is literally a case of if teams like G3 or 4KT are not going to be getting those back-to-back chickens, or at least in a more realistic sense, not landing top 3, top 5 high kill spots, it's going to be a little bit tough, you know? And I think that I don't think Infinity and Lag and BBC are ready to drop the ball at this point in time. I think they want to send this one home, you know? We've been going in this long-range sprint, kind of like a relay, and I really don't think they're going to drop that bat right now. I really think they're going to pick it up and keep going. If they get outpaced, then fine, they get outpaced. You know, to the most deserved, obviously the victory will go. But I really do think it's not going to be an easy fight at all. And, you know, moving into this one, I definitely echo that sentiment. It would be really cool to crown a new champion. It would be equally as cool to crown a back-to-back, but I really do think that seeing someone else on the throne might just, it might just be a little bit of a change that could be quite welcome and maybe invigorating for a lot of the other teams, because I think sometimes it can get a little bit daunting when you see the same team just getting wins all the time. It kind of puts a little bit of a down on the rest of the teams, like, oh, you know, they're just going to take the win again. They're just going to take the win again. There's no point. There's no point. I really do think that's changing. And I do think it's been changing quite a bit in season 4, specifically because everything has been so incredibly competitive, because these teams have stepped up, because their capability has just increased, because they've become so good, better and better every time, that I really do think this could be the season for change, where the teams have just improved so much to the point where actually it's become a much closer game.
I also think it's just the signature that we're going to need on, you know, the book of season 4, because we've been saying, oh, it's the most competitive season we've seen thus far, you know, so that it wouldn't make sense that now we have a back-to-back champion. You know, if it's been the most competitive season, if it's been the season where Slime 4KT is even feeling the pressure and had to, you know, step up their game earlier than we normally see them do, then I think it should be testament to the fact that this is the best season we've seen thus far. And to top that off would be a new champion. I think that would just be that final signature, as I mentioned, what we really need to say, yeah, this was by far the most insane season of the Umzansi Esports League. So I'm keen for it. I also just I love what Infinity AF have been doing. I mean, the journey that they've had to follow getting to this point, that's been a crucial one. So for them to now finish off this season strong and actually take the W, to take the prize pool, to take, you know, the championship, I think that will just absolutely be perfect. And you mentioned it perfectly. 30 points is the buffer right now, perfectly. We've got Infinity AF on 124, we've got Lag Esports on 86. So 30 points would just get you tied. And I mean, that's if Infinity AF are one of the first teams to go out with 0 kills, which there's no universe I see that happening currently.
Yeah.
Like, we never know. It's PUBG Mobile for a reason, but like, I don't see the Infinity AF actually going out that early to provide someone the ability to actually close that gap right now. Like I said, and we mentioned it briefly with the ATROX theory that Dr. Sid was pulling us. Infinity AF have to be the first team to go out every single map for any other team to close, you know, that little gap that they have on the scoreboard, and to actually take the win for themselves. That's what needs to happen. Like, yes, a few of the teams are very close, and if they have some absolutely stellar games, then they can get there. They can absolutely get there. But it's going to heavily depend on where the Infinity AF is, how they're doing, and how they're performing. And like you mentioned, there's no reason for them to stop now, Patchy. It's the last day. And speaking of the last day, we've got C Esports trying to do a little bit of damage there to our current second best team, Lag Esports, who's just trying to get into, as Naya, get into those rotations and get out of the fire. And with that being the case, no knocks coming through. We still got all of our teams healthy and ready for this fight. Everyone staying pretty passive right now, because I don't think anyone wants to be that first team to drop.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about when I said, it's not going to be a chaotic game where everything's kind of going crazy right off the bat. The teams, despite the fact that the flight path in the zone dropped a little bit, further away from each other than normal, which caused a few initial rotates to have to come through and a little bit more pressure to come through initially. Teams managed that perfectly. I mean, you can just see exactly what they've done here. They've managed to manage their rotations really, really well, avoid most of the initial fights and getting caught out that could potentially happen there. There's a little bit of an exchange here between the Magicians and C Esports, and I think C Esports is now running into a little bit of an issue. They certainly are. Bernini actually going to go down in the meantime as well, and I think probably get thirsted as well. The long-range shots coming out of the Magicians are pretty pinpoint right now, and indeed, there they are. So Magicians are going to pick themselves up a couple of kills, but for the most part, I mean, these teams have just been quite successful in making sure that their rotations are there. Everyone's good. The team gets into safety. They're inside the zone. The zone has gone a lot further north than we've had in a little while. So maybe the terrain is going to be a little bit more tricky to navigate just because they won't be as used to this, for this weekend specifically. But I think they've played enough so far that they'll be quite comfortable, taking the fight from here on in.
Oh, and you were worried about Sincerity, and they came in the first knock through from Sincerity. And, a little bit of everything right now. We've got a little bit of every team that's just dropping bit by bit. We've had 3 people drop immediately, all of a sudden. So that's not looking too good for them, but I didn't see the big hitters. I did see Slime for KT actually picking up one of those kills. So for them, maybe, this is the start, as Dr. Sid was alluding to. He would love to see it, of course. I can see that. I can hear that. But again, it's going to depend on how this is going to turn out. Look at the Infinity AF, actually, Patchy. When we talk about it, those rotations coming through, look who's the last team to get that rotation in, and it is our current leader. So they are playing a zone game right now. They are taking it slow, making sure no one's behind them, and potentially that might bite them a little bit later on. But since it's only our second zone, 2 layers deep, it's not too bad. You can deal with it. They have vehicles. They'll be able to get in safely, but they'll be right behind a few teams that would turn up a very interesting conversation, wouldn't it, Patchy?
Yeah, I'd love to hear what it is these guys are, talking about on the comms or sort of thinking about in terms of mindset right now, just based off of their position. It'd be interesting to see what's going through their head. They might be saying, all right, listen, let's play this one a bit passive. We don't actually need chicken dinners right now. What we need is consistent, relatively decent performance. So, if we pick up kills here or there, if we get a mid-range sort of finish, it's going to be fine. We're going to be okay. If we get faced with a difficult situation, all we need is a decent finish, not necessarily a chicken.
Ooh, we were talking about it. Unfortunately, we've got already our first team wipe out for the count, so unlucky, but it is what we should be expecting at this level. And the first team out does mean that buffer of 0 points placements is still active. The first teams to go out from 13th to 16th will unfortunately take 0 placement points, and now we're down to 15. So still 2 more teams that are in danger of unfortunately taking nothing. And yeah, that mentality that they should be having, Patchy, I concur. Like, what are they thinking? How are they going to be working with this? Because obviously there's a lot of pressure on them, right? There's also a target on their back. Everyone knows the only way that they're going to catch up is if Infinity AF go down, and go down as soon as possible.
Yeah. I mean, there is no universe, no conceivable universe in which Infinity goes out first every single game. And straight off the bat, that universe has been cancelled out just because we've already had the first team, getting taken out already. So there's no ways they go out every game first. So that's already been scratched off the board. And now we just move forward with the game and see exactly what it has in store for us, exactly what is going to pan out. Are teams like Infinity, like Lag, like BBC going to be high finishing? Are they going to be consistent? What's gonna happen on that front? And then of course we watch all the teams that have the potential to gain here. We've been talking about 4KT, we're talking about G3. Do these guys step it up? Dr. Sid seems convinced that 4KT are just going to be absolutely handing it to the lobby in today's games. And while I don't think that's necessarily an impossibility, I also don't think it's really something that's going to be too easy to accomplish. And You know, I don't think back-to-back chickens is really on the table. I mean, I've never seen that before. So, you know, if they really pop out and do it now, I think I'll be quite surprised, I must say. Impressed, but very surprised.
Very impressed indeed. And it does look like the Infinity AF is, I was about to say, it looks like they were charging C Esports there just for a moment, but they're going to have that space to work with now. In the meantime, we tune our attention to Lag, who have unfortunately just taken a knock here. Still 3 members up and alive, and 1 still able to be rezzed, but here comes the Calvary. And of course, now is the issue. Zero Tolerance actually pulling up here on Lag, wanting to get a little bit of points for themselves. Not sitting in a favorable position right now, so they would be very happy to pick up something, but instead, look at Safwan picking up that first initial knock. Vortex goes down. Now it's recovery mode for both teams here. They're on equal footing here, Patchy. They've got 3 players alive. They've got 1 member down, and they are all stacked in those buildings, desperately trying to find an angle into this one.
Yeah, and of course, Zero Tolerance in a little bit of a pickle here with Vortex getting eliminated there, and of course Lag now with that numbers advantage and Hates going down. I mean, look at this. I was gonna say, you know, for a team like Zero Tolerance, you know, it's critical that they pick something up here because they need something to move up. You know, they haven't really come to the table with anything huge, and it looks like that's not going to start here in game number 1 because Lag are on their case, and the shooting from Lag has just been fantastic in this fight. I mean, they've just not missed. Right now, of course, Vibes trying to find that and actually is going to go for the Thirst as well, and they're going to put a bit of a dampener into Lag's performance here, and he's just going for whatever he can. He's the last player left for Zero Tolerance. Blue Zone going to come in and do a little bit of damage. We're already 4 zones deep, so of course that's going to be doing just a little bit. Now Berserk should be able to capitalize on this positioning here. He's got a great spot. He knows exactly where this last player is, and in fact, he also wants to go in for the confirm, which I think is probably going to be pretty easy, and it is. There it is. He picks it up and should be able to met himself out of this zone without any problems. The zone is doing the damage. He's actually going to go down, so he's got to get picked up here by the team, but I don't think it's going to be much of an issue. We've got our zone has moved in. We're looking at about a kilometer wide so far. 4KT looks like they're in a little bit of a scuffle towards the west there. Let's go take a look at that. That's Slime 4KT up there with Influence Rage, but it's Influence Rage that needs to head for the hills, and Nico and Mercury already have been down. There's the Thirst on the 1 and should come through for the 2nd as well, and the last player just hightailing it as quickly as possible to get out of there because 4KT do seem to be on a little bit of something today.
Yeah, I mean, they should be hungry for this one. Sitting in that 4th place spot, they do need to pick up quite a number of points if they want to have a share of, a little bit more of a share of that prize pool, of course. I mean, if you think about it, from 4th to 2nd, there's 6 points difference, right? We don't talk about a massive point gap only when we start talking about 2nd and 1st place. So those top 4 still has a lot of opportunity to change, to chop and change, for them to get a bigger share of the prize pool, of course. But they're setting their sights for the number 1 spot. They're setting their sights for where currently Infinity AF are sitting, and that's the big conversation we keep having. Is Infinity AF actually going to be taking, you know, the championship here? Are they going to be taking the major share? But we've got 4 maps to actually figure that out. And now with that zone closing on up, we got to see a few teams still trying to get their rotations in. Aphelion Apex, of course, still just on the rise, have to go through the Infinity AF as we were talking about it. So we might see a little bit of a showdown right there. They're both on the edge of the zone. They want to get in as quickly as possible, but both teams would love to put down a little bit of a foundation there with those kill points. Currently, we've only got 1 team actually in the zone. Might have a second shortly, but many rotations still need to happen desperately. Sanhok KT right now taking a little bit of damage themselves, chucking those nades to try and take out BBC here, Patchy. Oh, this is going to be an awkward fight to take here on the hill.
Yeah, it is going to be an awkward fight, and you can already see the results of that awkward fight has been that BBC have taken a little bit of damage here. They've already got 3 players eliminated, and 1 of them remains to try and fight off the likes of 4KT, which is definitely not the position that you want to be in. And 4KT have already turned their attention over towards the Sidemen, so it seems like 4KT have definitely woken up on the right side of the bed today, and they are just out for blood. They are just consuming every team they come across, just absolutely crushing them, really, and moving on. So maybe maybe I'm going to be eating my words at the end of the
Maybe.
stream today, and maybe 4KT is going to come in with some back-to-backs, but I'm still not convinced. I want to see a little bit more from them, and of course, it all starts here in game number 1, where Aphelion Apex is now getting eliminated bit by bit here by Infinity AF while moving around the outskirts of the zone at the moment. Our current team in the lead is moving well, moving strong, and they are certainly not showing any signs of stopping at this point in time. The Natural Killer's taking a fight with Aphelion Apex, and Infinity now rolling up to maybe capitalize on this little bit of fight here.
Yeah, Infinity have already been picking up a little bit here and there from both Aphelion Apex and Natural Killers, right? They've been stealing the kills a little bit by bit, and now they have an opportunity. Both of these teams so enthralled with this battle between each other that they're not going to be expecting another team to roll up and get this third party. Why would they? We've got rotations to follow here, man. We don't need to be following about fights. We don't need to be worrying about that. But now Aphelion Apex finding themselves in a little bit of a sandwich here, not only between Natural Killers, who they've already started a little bit of a fight with, but also with the Infinity AF rolling up on their territory right now. Cold and Rusty behind the cover. It's only Kage that's under extreme pressure here because they've got members all around them looking for that. In the meantime, we do see ATROX actually finding a couple of nades there onto Slime 4KT. Kage going to be here going down here to none other than your kill leader at the moment. Leading the pack, it's Kato who pushes on up to Aphelion Apex, finds Cold. Rusty now, last member left alive, and Osiris here from Natural Killers is just watching all of this chaos unfold before him right now. Not very keen to get involved into this one, so they're gonna leave Infinity AF to do whatever they want to Aphelion Apex and just hope that they don't turn their attention to them. Rusty, the last member alive here, Patchy, I don't know what he's gonna be able to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight for him, but maybe he can do a little bit of damage to Infinity, and maybe that's going to help some other team further along the line. He gets 2 knocks there. Senor already... Well, kill leader not going to be leading the pack for the kill, but the DP comes out for Lord, and maybe this is the final closer that they need. They need to close this fight out as quickly as they can. Rusty should be going down here. If not, it might just be a little bit of a problem. Rusty's winning his fight, but he's low on HP. Dizzy desperately trying to get that res in. This has become a potential elimination of Infinity. Luckily for them, there does come a little bit of respite here, and they do manage to stay alive, but they have to frantically get those reses in. Osiris not really too keen to push up on that one, still knows the position, so he's not going to be able to capitalize on that just yet. So Infinity will be able to recuperate, but just barely. I mean, look at those HPs. They just barely managed to stay alive here. That was almost a tragic fight there with Aphelion Apex, almost getting eliminated there. And, well, the fact that they're still alive is great. They've been able to bring their numbers back. So let's turn our attention towards Slime 4KT, who's now in a fight with ATROX. And the HPs are not looking good for both sides, but I think ATROX got the shorter end of the stick at the moment.
Yeah, what's interestingly enough is Magicians actually came to Infinity AF's, saving grace there. They were the ones to get that final kill, that final thirst, and that gave Infinity AF now a little bit of breathing room. So now, not only is Infinity AF still in this one, but Slime 4KT is in this one. Magicians is still in this one. We've got many teams that are pretty high up on the leaderboard, still holding the line. Natural Killers and Sincerity happy into this one as well. Somehow Sincerity still alive from this massive rotation that they've had to make all the way from military base. But look at this G3 tempo, all 4 players happy and healthy, slowly but surely slithering on into that zone, and they just need to be careful because Sincerity's on the back line looking for any sort of angle here to get involved and steal a couple of kills. But Baden and Flacco are unfortunately going to be the ones to get started with that one. And lo and behold, the third-party kings themselves, Infinity AF, roll up onto this business and decide to take one for themselves as well. Slime 4KT taking a knock, Infinity taking knocks. Everyone is feeling the brunt of this chaos as we look at it 6 zones deep, and everyone needs to push on into that zone. But there's not a lot of real estate to work with here, Patchy.
Yeah, and the Magicians are absolutely handing it right now. They've got such a fantastic position right up on the top of the hill. They've got that height advantage, and they've also got the cover advantage over Slime 4K2, have now lost a considerable amount of members here. There's 2 left, but I think the Magicians are intent on finding those last 2. Infinity AF, meanwhile, they've got the numbers advantage pretty much over everyone else inside the zone. We have 6 teams remaining. We've got 16 players that are trying to fight it out. G3 are the only team, the only other team, should I say, with all their players still alive. So right now, they're just rolling on up, and they're like, oh, is that a 4K team with only 2 members and one of them down? Let's go in for that. Flake are going to pick up that thirst very quickly onto Zeus, and well, the last time 4KT member, Zoc is going to go instantly up to try and get himself out of trouble. Going to go right up to the edge of that cliff and try and stay alive. Meanwhile, the Infinity, they're going hunting for the last few stragglers of the Natural Killers and maybe Sincerity here. They might just be able to pick something up. The Magicians are a little bit split up. They've got 2 to try and deal with Infinity and 2 to deal with the remains of 4KT and with the approaching G3 team.
My goodness, I can't even believe. If you asked me a few moments ago if Infinity was still going to survive that fight, if they were still going to be able to get into the top 5 teams, I would have told you were crazy, Patchy, as I normally do, but this time it would have meant a little bit different thing. Magicians still in this one, a little bit split apart though. Ash especially in enemy territory right now, just on the side there of Infinity AF, while G3 Temper trying to get into zone are met by Infinity AF rolling down in front of them. Aimbot in the zone trying to heal out and trying to not get involved between this massive fight here between G3 Temper and Infinity AF, who Infinity AF right now are seeming to be taking the win for this one. And it looks like Six God is alive and well with some HP to work with here. 2 knocks on the side of Infinity AF, but Senor and Lord still in this one and heavily focused on G3 Temper when they should be focused on Magicians rolling up onto their territory as well. Top 5 teams still alive in this one. We still got a few members alive, and those thirsts coming through now might mean the end of Infinity AF here. Not looking too healthy for them, and they're somehow still alive by a thread, with Magicians now leading the pack in terms of numbers and HP. There it is. The confirmation comes through. Infinity AF is out. We've got Magicians. We've got Slime 4KT. Your last 2 remaining teams. And your last 2 remaining teams are looking at a 4v1. So naturally, this is going to be going to Magicians with a beautiful game coming through on the last day of your grand finals.
What is going on here right now? The Magicians not even a contender in our conversations for what was going to happen there at all. And then suddenly here they are, chicken dinner. They've got stuff going up. Now, listen here. I said there's a potential for teams on the second page to step up. Here it is. Team on the second page stepping up. Prediction rate remains. But listen, that was quite a show right there. I don't think the Magicians were, I don't think we mentioned them at all. And the reason for that was because they had a fantastic performance in the season, but they weren't really doing anything for the last 2 days. Now they come with a chicken dinner. Does it make the biggest difference? I don't know. That final zone was kind of crazy, and we saw all of the suspects that we were talking about. We saw 4KT, we saw G3, and we saw Infinity AF. All of them were up there in that final zone, and they all were struggling quite considerably against not only each other, but the terrain itself and the zone that seemed to land. The Magicians, I think, they were just able to capitalize on a really good position inside that zone. They were handing it to 4KT there for the longest time, and the only thing that kept 4KT alive so as long as they did is the one player that got left. The one player that survived ran straight up to the hill, and they were like, I am staying right here, and I'm making sure that everyone else dies before I go out. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, it was literally the positioning of the zone. I think Magicians had very good positioning at the end of the final zone, but they also got a large number of kills. If I count correctly, about 11 or 12 kills in that game. So that is a lot of points they've taken away from potential league winners. Let's take a look at the standings after the game 1.
Woo! 27 points for a team that's currently sitting in 10th place for our finals. Not an easy feat whatsoever. And I was going to add on to what you were saying, Patchy, that I felt like it kind of was handed to the Magicians. You know, they were just picking apart a few members here and there, very similar to what we've seen G3 Temper do before. And then when that final fight came, they went silent. They went dark. They just waited for all the other teams to do the work for them and take each other out. And they had that kill-based foundation to help them add onto this one. Slime 4KT, of course, picking up 19. 7 kills for them, 7 kills for the Infinity AF, who came through in 3rd place. So they're going to be picking up 15. And again, we've mentioned this. If anyone wants to catch up to them, we need those 30 points a games So the fact that Magicians is the team getting those nearly 30-point games doesn't make a difference for our top 4 right now.
Yeah.
Our top 5s, our top 6, it doesn't make any difference. So, I mean, the teams that are sitting there are like, oh, okay, at least it was them. At least it wasn't someone else. Otherwise, we might be looking at a shift in that top 4. But, you know, slowly but surely that leaderboard might be changing. When you're going over to our second page, I mean, there's like esports, there's BBC. I mean, the 2 teams we were talking about, like, where were they? Unfortunately, not picking up the points that they need to right now. So they will be dropping to Slime 4KT. They should, I mean, we said it. There was a 6-point difference between 2nd and 4th place. 4th place being Slime 4KT. So they've easily taken their 2nd place right now on that leaderboard. And for the rest, well, it's crunch time. We've got maps. You need to get some points.
Points definitely need to be going up. Now let's take a look at the MVP after game 1, who is of course Paradox from the Magicians with 7 kills, a damage of 1020, and a survival time of 24 minutes and 57 seconds. Guys, game 1 done of the final day of the Umzansi Esports League Season 4 Grand Finale. It is PUBG Mobile. We are ready for some more action. But before we get into that, we're going to be go on a quick break, come back and take a look at the overall leaderboards, and then get straight into game 2. This is the Umzansi Esports League. See you after the game and the break. And when we come back, we'll do something. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is not a final without some drama. This is the Umzansi Esports League Season 4 brought to you by Nordwind Gaming. My name is Dr. Sid here with Esproxy and Pachi. And we are having a replay of map number 1. And there are major issues with the server that made the lobby basically unplayable. So we are having, according to the rules, we are having a replay of map number 1. Patchy, what does this mean? Basically, all the points that Magician have just collected is null and void.
Yeah,
Wow.
this means a lot of things. Firstly, it means that there is basically a reset of all the potential that we were talking about. I mean, we saw some eliminations that kind of set some of our predictions aside. For instance, Dr. Sid, you called out the back-to-back 4KT wins. It also called out the potential for, back-to-back 30 bombs from ATROX. Those had both been cancelled out by the time game number 1 was over because, of course, they didn't get any of those. And now I guess the potential is there, even though I'm definitely not on that. I'm definitely not on that train yet, as of now. It's still possible now, the fact that we're redoing this first game. So I guess, hey, anything's possible.
Listen, anything is possible. S-Proxy, I mean, the magicians must be feeling some type of way right now, but it is the rules. And we did notice that there were a lot of issues with that particular game from the server side. No one's fault. So we've got to obviously replay the game to give everyone a level playing field and create an environment where these players can actually succeed and become successful. But leaderboard resetting, do you think some teams are going to be rearranging their strategy or just going what they usually do?
I think the issue was we had a lot of teams like really falling into, I mean, I guess fumbling the ball there towards the latter half. We had a lot of teams picking apart each other. Magicians in particular, they were very good at stealing a few kills here and there, and then basically just had the rest of the teams break up in front of them and took that winner chicken dinner at the end. But for some of the teams like BBC and Lag, who are in contention for that top 3, they're definitely going to be changing their strategy because they got like next to nothing in that first game, so they don't want a repeat of that. And all the other teams that are picking up those points, I feel bad for Slime 4KT now because, well, that would have put them in second place. That would have easily put them in second place. Now it's gone.
I mean, they have an opportunity to get into first place. I told you my prediction for today was that Slime 4KT was going to come through and win all 4 maps and take the. That's what I said. But let's see how that goes. We are literally waiting for this. Well, let's take a look at the reset standings, so everyone has an idea where we are at, to not get confused about the leaderboard. So we'll just take a look at the leaderboards in a few seconds, so everybody understands where the teams are at, and then we can now just really talk about where the teams are at, what needs to happen. Like I said, the numbers are being reset because we threw a lot of numbers inside there, but we have to reset the leaderboards. So Patchy, I'm thinking to myself, I am Slime 4KT. We managed to get to second position, but we need winner chicken dinners. What do we do?
Well, first of all, you hope that the zone doesn't go north again, because that seemed to cause quite a bit of an issue, especially with that final finish that we had there. That hill seemed to be very difficult to manage for a lot of the teams. We saw Infinity fumbling a little bit. Aimbots, I think it was, from Sincerity was really becoming a problem for them. They were out in the blue zone. They were kind of just taking shots in the back of Infinity, which they could not deal with. 4KT themselves were having a really tough time dealing with the Magicians that were on top of that ridge. They just couldn't find a way to get around there, especially considering G3 were in a position on the side. So any rotation would have meant walking straight into their crosshairs. So first thing, you absolutely do not want a repeat of that. Second thing, I think you probably just want to go into this with a similar mindset, because ultimately Slime 4KT did manage to make it up into the final zone, which is kind of the goal. You just hope that it's not as tough as that one, because if we have a repeat of that, it's going to be right up in the air again. Taking a look at the standings, of course, all the reset numbers coming in. So game 1 has been scratched off. We're starting all over again. And what that actually means is we're going to be seeing 3 Erangel games today. So if these guys are not an expert on this map by the end of today, you know, if they're not just like absolutely perfectly executing their Erangel strats by the end of the finals, then I'm going to be pretty surprised. I mean, they've had a fantastic warm-up with that game. Yeah, the server wasn't so great, but ultimately they did manage to get a feel for what the games today are going to be like. And, well, now they know what they can expect. And I think that's at least in part going to help them with a little bit of preparation moving forward when it comes to 4KT. Yeah, I think the mindset for them is actually relatively good. I don't think there's much that they need to change. It really was just a very difficult final zone that they had to deal with.
I can't even think that if you're going to be going into the repeat of this, how are you going to be dealing with it?
Yeah, that is the question. That is the question. You know, what it's kind of, I suppose it would kind of maybe even feel a little bit awkward, because then it's like, you know, you're already reeling from the results of that, and now suddenly those results don't matter and you have to go in and try again. And you're like, okay, well, do we, you know, reinvigorate, remotivate ourselves and go, oh, you know what, we can change our position. If we weren't happy with what we got there, we could try to do better this time around. When I don't know. Yeah, it seems like, you know, we were talking a lot about the top 3 contenders of that match. You know, we were talking about the G3s, the 4KTs, the Infinities. That's going to be the names I think that we see a lot of moving forward into the finals. Those are the teams that we expect a lot from as well. I was really hoping that we were going to start seeing a little bit of a jump forward from our teams. You know, like BBC, for instance, we were talking about that. You know, them being up here really. Fantastic that we're doing game number 1 again, so I guess maybe they have a chance of grabbing that chicken dinner right off the bat there and making something happen with it. But I think maybe the motivation can come from the fact that if you weren't happy with the results of this match, you can go, all right, let's get back down to the drawing board. You know, let's motivate, let's just re-execute our strats from step 1 and go into this with just a renewed sense of, okay, the servers aren't bad this time, hopefully. Let's try again. And let's not make the mistakes that we made earlier. I think that the only thing that we saw that maybe might change is the fact that early game in this map that's now been cancelled, we saw a lot of passive play coming in despite the rotations. So I think a lot of the server, the problems that the teams were experiencing maybe played into that mindset where they're like, okay, let's rather not take any critical engagements. Let's not take any risks just in case the server issues maybe come back against us. So maybe that was kind of playing into the whole idea of, all right, let's not try and go for those engagements or risky plays, which meant that all the teams were getting up into sort of mid-game. And I think maybe that'll change just a little bit now. I think if the server is looking good, then the confidence will be there, and then maybe we'll see a little bit more action a bit more quickly on.
Well, we're hoping for definitely more action. It's like everybody just got a personal time machine and has gone back in time and has the opportunity to change some things, like Back to the Future or something. The sports almanac calls that, I remember. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let me not expose my age here. So, I mean, we are almost ready, and it's about time to jump back in. Which I like the fact that we saw magicians come through and show up in that last game, but you know, we do need some other teams from the bottom of the second page to sort of take an example of what magicians just did in that last game that was scrapped, and push up into the bottom. So which team in that second page do you think has the potential to probably cause some upsets in top of the table?
Well, the second page, you know, Magicians was obviously one of them. Zero Tolerance, I'm still waiting for them. Where was that performance that we were seeing in the semi-finals? You know, Natural Killers and Aphelion Apex were involved in those final bits, but then they just couldn't actually get through to the end line. And CE Esports was just being chased by Infinity AF from the beginning, so it's fine. We won't talk about them. But Influence Rage Africa, a team that's on the first page, but at the bottom of the first page, that has the potential to pick up those kills before. We've seen them do it before. We've seen them do it in the semifinals. They know these players. They can, you know, fight with these players. They can compete with these players, but they haven't quite made the appearance we expect them to make. G3 Temper as well, been pretty quiet. You know, they got to those final bits, but they're sitting in 7th place as we start this game now. So for those teams, they have an opportunity to reset and come back into this one. Like BBC, like Lag, who didn't have the best, first game, everyone gets a chance over. Now they have a little bit of an inside because technically this will be their third. Today they have 3 Erangles. They're gonna have their best games on Erangle because they have all the information they need. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of a change coming through here.
So in Nigeria, there's a slang that we have, when you're about to go into a game and you just want to have like a warm-up match, we call it toss P. So the players just had a toss P. They just had a little warm-up scream to get their hands ready and warm, and now we're about to see the official Arango battle. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time for us to jump back to the re-game one, as I like to call it, of the final day of the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by none other than Northern Gaming. I want to give a big shout out to everyone who's on YouTube right now, chatting in the comment section, because you guys are making the energy in there is really high. I want to encourage you guys to keep going. As I leave right now, leave you guys in the very capable hands of Esproxy and Pachi as they talk you through all the actions. See you after game 3, game 1.
The real game one now taking place here. And I think the real question that we've got to ask moving into this one, and I'm going to throw this question at you, as what do you think the Magicians are going to be doing this time around? Are we going to see them in the final zone again? Are we going to see them maybe picking up a potential chicken again? Or do you think that was maybe like a one and done deal there?
Well, like you said, we weren't talking about the Magicians. They weren't even someone that we were considering, to show up here. I mean, if we were talking about Nkosi last season, then I'd be like, oh yeah, Magicians all day, every day. But that hasn't been them for a while. We haven't seen them pop off like that for a while in Season 4. So I would be curious to see. I guess this is the proving point, right? This is the chance that Magicians have to show. Listen, was that just a fluke? Was that just the server issues, or was that actually Magicians coming to the party today? They have an opportunity to showcase that here. Whether or not they can, I think it's again. I don't know. That final zone just felt to me like they were in the perfect position. They had everything going for them. Literally, all of their opponents were taking themselves out. Magicians barely had to do anything. They just had to get that last third party in, and they were done. It came down to a 4v1. I mean, that's a chicken dinner on a silver platter, Patchy, and that's what was handed to Magicians. So here, they can prove me wrong. They can prove everyone else wrong. That listen, it's been a while, but we're back. We are back to showcase that we are one of the best teams in Africa, and I want to see it. I would love to see it. Even if it doesn't give us an answer as to, okay, who's going to be taking, the biggest share of the prize pool, who's going to be our champions, it will be interesting to see these teams picking it up at this final moment, because it shows that they can kick it with the big dogs. They are really supposed to be here. They've earned their spot in this top 16, and now they're proving it. So I would love to see it. I just don't know if they're going to have a game again like we just saw them.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, no, I think I'm right there with you. It was definitely not something that I expected, but it would be interesting to see if they turned up that dial now here for the finals and maybe are trying to just have a little bit of a make an upset going. It's been an upset. Looks like Sleepy's in the crosshairs dead, and we actually did see some ATROX chasing down the Sidemen just a little bit earlier there. They were barefisted and they were just running up on each other there. Dead just kind of chasing away Sad Boy into the next building over as he tried to jump over that bike and didn't manage to. So Sleepy's actually going to get taken out there. Dead does manage to land those shots, and obviously no one in the vicinity to get that res up. So that's a quick pickup for ATROX, but in the grand scheme of things, not really the most game-changing plays here. ATROX is... well, actually, now that I'm saying that, they do need back-to-back 30-bomb chicken dinners here if they want to get up there. And I mean, it's not impossible now since we're redoing game 1 here. So I guess if ATROX want to pick up this opportunity and take a 30-bomb here, let's go.
Look, we keep talking about these 30 bombs, but these 30 bombs are literally what teams need to do if they want to get themselves a share of that prize pool at this point.
Yeah.
And again, yes, we've mentioned this. Between second and fourth place, which is, the last couple of places where you can actually take a share of that prize pool, there's 6 points difference. So, I mean, those 3 teams, there's not much that they need to do to, really change that. And in the previous game, we actually had Rila Insiders go out as one of our first teams. who are currently sitting in 5th place. So I was waiting for them to pick up something crazy, Team Unique, like where they at, like what's happening. And then, of course, all the usual suspects like G3 Temper, they had an opportunity there and they were absolutely just bombarded by the Infinity AF and a little bit of, I think it was Slime 4KT, actually, they're picking up some of those kills. So, unfortunately, it's not what we want to see, but I do really want to iterate. I want a competitive final. I want us to be guessing, on the edge of our seats, wondering and just trying to grasp at straws as to who is going to be our champion. I don't want to be like, okay, well, it's going to be Infinity AF, cool. Okay, why are we here, Patchy? I want to sit here absolutely with bated breath, waiting and hoping we're going to be seeing a new champion or that we're going to be seeing, a revival of Slime 4KT. Either way, I don't want this to just be obvious. And look at ATROX right now. Looks like they're getting a little bit of revenge thrown up upon them here by Matrix and the Sidemen coming through to get, some revenge here for their fallen comrades. And I would be running away right now if I was the last few remaining members here of ATROX, which it seems like they're doing. They're going to be like, no, not getting involved in this one, Patchy.
Yeah, probably a good decision there. If you notice, actually, the flight path took us all the way down that western side of the map, and the zone dropped up to the east. And that's actually kind of a mirror of what we had, or a reflection of what we had earlier, where the zone took us kind of south, and the zone went, or the flight path, sorry, took us south, and the zone went north. So it's kind of a similar situation where some of the teams are going to have to rotate in and potentially face a lot of the gatekeeping that we do see in a situation like that. But yeah, they seemed to manage it relatively well in the previous game, which is now, of course, null and void. But with that in mind, I think they should be able to be quite capable at making it up into this one, which does mean we're probably going to see a similar situation where a lot of the teams are still alive as we head in towards the mid game. And that's going to be interesting to see, because maybe it'll give a chance to some of the teams that were fumbling a little bit at the end of the previous game to maybe just correct a little bit of that and come in a bit more clean and strong.
It would be interesting, wouldn't it? So, I mean, if we... I don't know. I think it's a little bit better for a few of the teams. We did see a few of those teams obviously change their drop spots, as we can tell by no one being in military base, meaning no one's getting patchy points. The first game didn't count, okay? Sincerity, you need to go back there. We want those patchy points. But by the looks of it, I think a few teams are a little bit sour that they didn't have the opportunity to pick up those points in the first one. And we do see that a little bit of adaptation coming through here, which I like. I don't know how it's going to be, affecting our overall leaderboard, because there's still many questions that we yet have answered. Like Team Unique, Patchy, I feel like we didn't get to see them, in that previous game. Like we blinked and they were out of it. And they're currently sitting in 6th place, not too far off. They're sitting with 69 points. I mean, they want to at least get up to 80, maybe 90 if they want to have a share of that prize pool. So that's not too far off. I mean, that's a good 20 points a game. Bam, you're there. There's some possibilities.
Yeah, there are certainly possibilities. One of the other things, actually, from the previous game that I think is worth talking about is the fact that even though the Magicians had taken the chicken dinner there, and of course, the first place, the three other teams that we've been talking about quite a bit there, the G3, the 4KT, the Infinity, all of them took double-digit points at the end of that, in their finishing spots. All of them came away with double digits. It was like 13, 15, something like that, 12. So that's kind of close. And I mean, when you're looking at these teams that are trying to be in a bit of a race with one another for the top slot, when they're consistently performing very similarly, the spots kind of stay the same. So one of the teams sitting at the top has to shine a little bit brighter to really start making the move up to the top. Otherwise, Infinity are still going to be sitting there with their buffer zone, because need I remind you, that buffer zone is still there at the moment, because we're reset, because we're back here, and it's, technically this is game number 1 now, that buffer zone still remains there, and it is a relatively large buffer zone.
Yeah, it's a pretty large buffer zone to work with, yeah. And, I mean, speaking about a buffer zone here, now we are having a lot more teams actually taking the late rotations here, which is curious to me. Currently, last time we only had that one team, which was actually in Infinity AF, being the last remaining teams to rotate in. at least for the first zone. And now we've got Slime 4KT. I think we had Rila Insiders there. We had another team. So I'm curious to see, again, I don't know how this is going to affect it, because it's like all of a sudden, all the teams are like, okay, whatever we did in the previous game, let's not do that again. And the only team that technically doesn't have to say that would be Magicians, but now, I mean, they would be a little bit distraught now after all the work they put in the first game. They have to come do it again. And like, will it count this time? Like, as much as it will, I'm what's going on in the back of their minds are like, oh man, come on. It's unfortunate, but I am curious to see if this is going to happen. Are we seeing a little bit of a GTA battle here? Are we seeing a bit of a showdown between Team Unique? No, it just looks like they're running away. But right up ahead of them, look who it is. It's Lag and Natural Killers actually taking a fight. Okay, what is this? That all the teams just decide to get cars and just drive on into the sunset together. I'm loving it though. I'm loving it.
It's
Lag
Forza
coming
Horizon.
through. It's Forza Horizon. It's the new map on Erangel, Forza Horizon 6.
It's a new game mode, yeah. You get 100 points for running over your enemies.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Lag picking up 2 kills there. Not a team wipe just yet, so Natural Killers still have a few players, you know, alive and well, hopefully resting and getting healthy somewhere else and not involved in this fight, because they need to focus on getting as many points as they possibly can now. Turning our attention back to those massive, you know, Forza Horizon 6 cars rotating on into the zone. We've got still plenty of teams who need to find themselves some safety here.
Yeah, and finding safety, it may be a little bit of a difficult prospect for some of these teams, because as you can see, there is a massive concentration of the teams right there in the center of the zone. That strategic position is highly contested for some of these teams, and that is going to mean that the battles are going to be starting right off the bat here, or at least the teams will be in fighting range with one another for quite some time. ATROX getting picked off there, one of their players getting taken out, caught out by Unique. They are moving in as well. And I think getting all of these teams up close and personal is going to put them in a position to take some considerable fights, and maybe they're going to start picking up the kills here. I think this is where we might start to see things heat up just that much more. And depending on where the zone goes, these fights might be quite drawn out.
I just want to draw your attention to Six God and his absolutely fabulous outfit right now. I don't know how well it bodes for camouflage, but it's fabulous, isn't it, Patty? It stuck out to me, and I can't stop looking at it. I'm very distracted right now. Moving on, G3 Tempo holding the mansion right now, holding that line. Great, opportunity for them to really give themselves a little bit of safety. They're right smack bam in the middle of zone, holding the line. They can wait for teams to rotate on in and just, grab a couple of kills here while the teams are trying to do so. Maybe pick up some kill points and lay a good foundation for them. Ooh, Sidemen finding influence rage there for a little bit. So Sidemen have been on something else. They have now found themselves another kill here. They've been picking up a little bit more, getting a little bit more active, looking for a bit more, which I don't blame them. They didn't have the best first Erangel game today, which obviously doesn't exist anymore. So now they can get a little bit of redemption here. They can reset, get those points. And for Influence Rage, again, I'm begging them to show me that semi-finals Influence Rage Africa that we both fell in love with. I mean, they were absolutely thrilling. So I don't know where it's going wrong for them. I don't know if the other teams have just stepped it up a notch and they're still struggling to do the adaptation that they need to, but hopefully it happens here. Speaking about Magicians, look who's rolling up right around G3 Tempo right now.
Well, this is going to be interesting. I do see Infinity is actually also taking a little bit of a long way around, like they did in the previous games. It looks like their strats have remained the same, and it looks like Unique has also just rolled up into some chaos of their own. The Sidemen right here defending their position. We've got Sincerity on top of the hill, maybe having to deal with Aphelion Apex potentially. The surrounding area looking a little bit spicy here. There's definitely a lot of potential for fighting, at least. Taking a look at that map, you can see that there's some good positions that could be utilized for fighting, but Infinity they're still on that, let's just take the long way around life. They're still like, yeah, we'll stay out of the trouble for now. We're not going to get into it because, I mean, they really have the opportunity here. I think they can definitely play a lot more passive and a lot slower than the other teams because of that buffer zone, because of how safe they are. It really is on other teams like G3, like 4KT, or even BBC or the Magicians to actually get things going, to get more points and actually eradicate that buffer zone and start challenging Infinity head on.
I mean, it's like we said, right? Because of that buffer zone, if anyone wants to catch up to them, we're talking 30-point games, yes. But also, we're saying you need to take out Infinity AF as soon as humanly possible. And if Infinity AF are hiding and making it as impossible for you to find them and take them out, then, I mean, it's the perfect strategy, truly, on this finals day. If they can stay alive, more than likely, that buffer zone will remain. That buffer zone can stay there. And if they go even further than that, and start winning some games, start performing like we know they can, I shudder to think what the rest of the teams have to deal with.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see what the teams do have to deal with as we move forward. That blue zone is about to close up once again and show us exactly what the teams are going to have to deal with. Right now in the southeast, we've got a lot of teams moving up into the region, and you can see that's quite contested. A lot of the teams not getting into a little bit of a pickle that they find themselves in. The crossfire is there, and all the teams in the vicinity. Ooh, look at that zone shift. That's going to be a tough one. It's going to force a lot of rotations out of these teams that already find themselves in a tough position, already find themselves under quite a bit of pressure. There's so many teams in the area that all of these rotations are going to be very difficult to make.
Absolutely just chaos looking into the zone. You have it exactly right. The rotations that they have to take. I mean, look at Aphelion Apex right now. Rolling up right behind Rila Insiders, who has currently got their sights set on Natural Killers, who just had another team roll up right past them. Everyone shoulder to shoulder right now. And the space that they have to work with, it's immeasurable. Rila Insiders, though, rolling up with the wrong kind of team. And that will be Slime 4KT. A piece each thus far. Both teams taking a little bit of losses here and hoping to try and stay into this one. But if they take this fight too long, if they delay it, then they might be looking at a third party coming through from either Natural Killers or the Aphelion Apex or any other team rotating on through this one. Slime 4KT did take a little bit of damage there, and they're going to unfortunately just have to focus on getting out as quick as possible. Not sure if they'll have time for those reses to come through, but it looks like all of them are happily rotating in a vehicle of their own, and they might be rolling up on Team Unique and Lag Esports in the same area right now, not having any sort of break to reset, and looking at back at really Insiders finding Aphelion Apex, and not the way that they would have wanted to, especially not Zeke, gonna get thirsted there. Remaining now only one person left for Rila Insiders to hold them into these 16 teams. That means 3 teams still have the opportunity of unfortunately leaving the lobby with 0 placement points. Not happy, not the way that they would have wanted to. And Aphelion Apex now might be staring down the battle here of a third party coming through from Sincerity, who are also just biding their time, waiting for the perfect opportunity. But again, then who's behind them? It's BBC. Then who's behind them? It's Influence Rage Africa. Everyone shoulder to shoulder here with chaos.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's exactly what we like. These teams have been thrown into the frying pan, and here's Aphelion Apex pushing right on up to Sincerity. Easy taking quite a bit of damage, and Rusty and Sicko looking to capitalize, taking out Rogue Baby, and there's the elimination. Sincerity, goodbye. Back to the lobby here, sent away relatively early on, considering we still have 13 teams remaining here. So unfortunately, they're going to go out with very few, if any, points at all. And I think this is going to be the fate of a lot of teams now, considering that everything is just becoming very difficult. The zone is shifting up. Obviously, the place to play is very small, and it's only going to get smaller as we move forward into the end game. Now, 4KT in a bit of a fight here with Unique, but who do you think is going to come out on top of that one? It's Slime 4KT right now. They're just throwing out the damage. They've already got an elimination. They already have a knock, and they just have to clean up. They're basically playing cleanup crew. Here's Lag Esports, though, rolling up. It's Berserk. What a risky play. He just rolls straight up into the fight like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. I'm just going to get myself sandwiched in between Slime 4KT and Unique, lose most of my HP, and then just absolutely duck and cover in the middle of the smoke and get taken down immediately. That's not going to be very helpful. Lag, I'm not too sure what you were thinking there. Maybe trying to capitalize on the fight here. But there's Slime 4KT. They're quite happy with that. They're like, yeah, you know what? Just feed us the kills. Why don't you? Just come right on over. We're happy to let you sit at our table. And then pick you up for a quick kill. So there's some more eliminations coming through. Slime 4KT picked up 4 kills so far. 10 teams remaining now. We're already in our top 10. But things are about to heat up once again because all of these teams have to start moving very, very soon.
I want to know what the comms were there for Berserk. You know, with the team which is hyping up saying, yeah, just go for it. Just go for it. I mean, you can run over a couple of the players, maybe steal some meds, come back, and we'll be fine. Like, I don't understand what the play there was, but as we look at it, many eliminations coming through. We had 6 team wipes in a matter of a couple of seconds, and everyone scrambling now to get into that zone, get into safety. If you try and find out, look who's in the zone, sitting happily, just waiting next to G3 Temper, just waiting for everyone to rotate on in, and that's of course Infinity AF, just holding the line. Lag still into this one. Oh, and a very wounded Slime 4KT are going to be rolling up right in front of them, happily being the sponges for some of those bullets coming through. And unfortunately, they'll have to leave behind a few of the players, down to 1 actually, and they're going to have to get that race coming through before the rest of the teams find out exactly what they're up to and maybe get the thirst coming on in, because that would have been absolutely terrible for Slime 4KT, especially since they want to catch up as many points as possible over BBC, over Lag Esports, and Lag might be the team to put the final nail in the Slime 4KT coffin, saying, hey, second place, that's ours. We want to keep that. Once again, we've got wild car rides here, brought to you by Lag Esports, heading right on into the mansion that G3 Temper is currently holding down. And man, oh man, this rotation is going to be terrible for many of these teams.
Lag.
BBC Zero Tolerance also just holding the line.
Can I just say, what is, like, Lag is just out here with these rotations, dude. Like, look at this. They just go out and they're like, you know what, we don't even care. We're just gonna zoom across the map into the middle of a battle just because we can, for no apparent reason. Like,
why not?
They're yeah, you know what, I like that attitude, actually. That's if I was in this game right now, that's exactly what I'd be doing. I'd just be like, hey, let's get in and see what's going on over here, and then, you know, just see what run face first into the likes of 4KT or G3, and here's of course Fantasy and 1-9 now out here with 2 of G3's players in this particular house. They do have one of their players a little bit further back, but I think they've been knocked, which is going to be a bit of a difficult time to come and res them back up. So I think Lag is probably isolated to this house with G3. But I mean, out of all the places that Lag could have chosen, they first chose the exact position where 4KT is about to just, you know, eat up your entire team. And then the second place they chose after that was, hey, you know what, let's go say hi to G3. So yeah, I like that. I like that, you know, just stay on the toes, keep them guessing, you know, who are we going to drive into next? Is it going to be 4KT? Is it going to be Infinity AF? You know, who knows? Who knows where Lag is going to choose to go today?
I don't know. If DK was here, he'd be giving out some DK points, because that is definitely the bold plays that he was waiting for. And as I say that, we're down to 8 teams. Obviously, Lag being a very wounded one of them, holding the line, waiting for many of these teams to rotate on in. I think that Sidemen that still unfortunately has to go right through the crosses of G3 Temper if they want to find some safety in the zone. And many of the teams doing the exact same thing. Infinity AF and G3 Temper, one of the 2 teams that I'd say are very comfortable in this next zone, and they're just waiting for everyone to roll on right over the crosses. Oh, Ainsley, I'm sorry, man. Out of the car you go, and unfortunately, there is that confirmation coming through from Safwan. The Lag down to officially 2 members, and as you can see, Fantasy and 1 right below G3 Temper here, just scrambling to try and stay alive. And in the meantime, Influence Rage Africa, unfortunately, not feeling a very welcomed, you know, sentiments coming through from many of the teams as they're trying to get into the zone. Sidemen as well. Now they're getting bullied by C Esports, who have just decided to take on, you know, the job of G3 Temper, and many more are going to be falling as we look at it, Pashy, because everyone's shoulder to shoulder in this tiny area, and the angles, I mean, the safety, the buildings, they've been taken up already.
Yeah, this is looking like a very fun, you know, final zone here, because it's very rare that we get this amount of buildings here, which means that we get a little bit of that building action that we don't see all that much of all the time when it comes to the final zones. So this is really cool to see how the teams actually adapt and play around this particular setup. which has become very interesting. Obviously, the nades play a huge part in here. We see teams like Lag sitting underneath G3 and not really being able to clean one another up. We've got 2 players of G3 on the other side of Infinity, and of course, in a 2v4 situation, you're not coming out on top of that, especially when you're going up against Infinity. So right now, G3 are suffering just a little bit. Their resources are split, and they're not able to consolidate that at the moment. The Magician's also suffering a little bit of losses here and there. In fact, a couple of losses thanks to Lord. He's just going to be picking up some easy kills for them. The rotation's being absolutely punished there. The Magician's not going to last. G3 also getting taken out there by Infinity, and this is looking like a whole different final zone here in game number 1. Our de facto game number 1 here. Infinity looking strong. They've got the numbers. They've got the position as well. We do see Esports and Lag still on the board here. Nico is in the crosshairs of Bernini, but right now I'm thinking Infinity is looking in a way better position here.
Oh, definitely. The fact that they found themselves in top 4 with all of their members, I might add, they've got cover. They know where everyone's at because they haven't been getting involved in these fights. No one knows where Infinity AF is hiding. They've been quiet. Now with those smokes pop, maybe, yes, a few of the teams will be like, okay, hold on, something is happening here, but what is it? Who is it? They won't know that it's the team that's currently leading the pack. So that means Infinity have all of the breathing room in the world to just take out the esports here. That's going to start. The confirmation comes through. That means we're looking at an Infinity AF versus Lag Esports final here, Patchy. And it's a 2v3 by the looks of it. Now Fantasy and One rolling up on around there. It's actually a 2v4. Kato's still in this one. It's car v car at this point because they're going to roll up right on top of each other. Here it is. Kato's got the information. Fantasy and One right in front of them, looking for the angle here. One goes down. Kato is just a mad lad coming through with a 1v2 clutch. He doesn't need the rest of his team. He decided to do it himself. But that means, Patchy, that means that our leaders right now pick up the winner chicken dinner with a couple of kills sprinkled on top.
Let's be real here. Lag wasn't going to be winning that one. They weren't not taking the chicken dinner in that game, but you have to respect what's going on there because they were just yeeting around, like having a good time. They were in the vehicles, they were going around. They were just rocking up on people's doorsteps, like knocking on the door, like, "Hey, you want to have a party? What's going on? Like, hey, what's up? Rolling up to 4KT, like, hey, what's going on? G3, hey, what's going on? Rolled up to Infinity, hey, what's going on? They weren't gonna win it, but they managed second place off the back of it. So obviously they still out here having a good time.
Yo, they were literally, like you said, pulling up. It was like drive-by season from Lag Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, the end of Game 1. And it was such a cracker. It was a bullying as far as me I'm concerned. Not too many kill points there by the winning team, but we will see how this affects the overall leaderboard. So, these standings now has changed everything from what we saw the first time. So we're going to wait for the updated standings and then we're going to take a look at that. But I always like to ask this question. Espoxy, what was the highlight for you in that particular map?
The Forza Horizon 6, example that we had with all of our teams just deciding to drive across the map in unison. It was a beautiful, beautiful example. And of course, Lag took that further, as we just saw, and decided that, you know what, we're not going to be running on foot to anyone. We're not going to get involved into any fight. No, we are sticking to our cars and we are going to go for a joyride, a nice Sunday drive. I don't know if that's a common thing in Africa, but take your car out for a Sunday drive, have a relaxing time on our game of Erangel and just get second place.
Yeah, because at a point in time, I actually thought they could have taken out 4KT, but they literally just drove by. Literally drove by, drove away, and we're like, yeah, okay, we knocked one person. We're just going to go to the house and just chill and wait for everybody else. It was interesting to watch. Patchy, what do we have to say about the winners of that particular map?
I think it's not that surprising that we see Infinity get the chicken dinner here. I mean, we were kind of. I think the previous map was the more toss-up one for me. It was kind of like we saw how 4KT and G3 and then the Magicians had come up and stuff was going on. This looks a lot more consistent with what we've been seeing so far in the series, so far in the finals. And the fact that they're taking this chicken here, I mean, you pointed out they don't have that many kills, but we're talking about a buffer zone that's like 30 points thick. they're just adding to that right now if the other teams are not being able to catch up. You know, if Infinity are sitting up here and everyone else is below them, that's already an L for the teams that are here, because the teams on the overall leaderboard are underneath them. So, I mean, just taking a look at these standings after this game right here. Infinity picking up 23 points. Lag coming in with a very nice 20. So they were out here picking up kills regardless. They were really on something else. I mean, in any case, 20 points for them, 17 for Influence Rage. C managing to squeak out a nice 14 points for themselves. But look at this. This is where things start to teeter off just a little bit. G3 with 8 points, Sidemen with 8, Zero Torrents with 7, Magicians with 5. So they have been able to get some points together at least and keep progressing forward. But forward progression at this rate, it's not enough to dethrone Infinity. And we might just be looking at an Infinity win for the season if nothing else changes. I think the most disappointing thing for me is the fact that we don't see BBC up here on the first page, but that's okay. We still have 3 games after this. We've got a nice Sanhok, we've got Miramar in the wait, and then of course we've got our second, which is actually our third, but our official second Erangle to end things off with. So taking a look at the second page, of course, a couple of points here and there. 4KT picking up 5, BBC picking up 5, and Team Unique and Aphelion Apex each picking up 4. ATROX, they still progressing, they making it. They got 1 point extra there, just upping that score a little bit for themselves. Of course, Sincerity, Rila, and Natural Killers coming away with nothing. So this looks suspiciously familiar compared with what we've been seeing so far this finals.
Yeah, and there you have it, the MVP, Nico from Influence Rage Africa with 5 kills and 954 damage and a survival time of 23 minutes and 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, the regame one is done, and we are going to be taking a very short break and coming back with some more action in the Umzansi Esports League Season 4 Grand. This is the final day. My name is Dr. Sid here with Xbox here in Patchy, and we'll see you right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is still the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by none other than Nodwin Gaming. We are live in its final day, grand finale weekend. This is the finale of the finale of the finale. The whole season is done today, and then we'll be ready for Season 5, like tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. But, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Sid. I'm not here alone. I'm here with S-Proxy and Patchy, and we are bringing you all the action that is the PUBG Mobile segment of the Umzansi Esports League. We have just had a replay of Game 1 where we had Influence Rage Africa coming away with the winner with the chicken dinner and shaking up the leaderboard standings, which we are going to be taking a look at now. This is the updated overall leaderboard. Patchy, talk us through this.
Yeah, so of course, the Infinity AF sitting there with a very nice buffer zone of 40 points at the moment, 41 actually. Lag Esports has finally been the second team to break that 100 points. So the 3 digits have finally been broken there. Lag Esports in second place at the moment, despite their shenanigans there in our de facto map number 1. They did manage to grab that second place, and of course now second place on the overall leaderboard as well. BBC still sitting in third place, 89 points for them, followed very closely by Slime 4KT, who has been trying to make that comeback happen, and they certainly were looking hungry for it. Team Unique sitting in 5th place, Influence Rage there in 6th, G3 still in 7th position, 70 points for them, so they're quite close behind our 5th and 6th positions. They Rila Insiders also on 70 points, so it is still looking quite close between 5th and 8th position there, and a good game could easily boost them up into top 5. Moving on to the second page, of course, we have the Sidemen heading that one up. They've got 61 points, which is a little bit ahead of the Magicians there in position number 10 with 54 points, followed closely by Aphelion Apex, 51 points for them in 11th, but Natural Killers in 12th with 48, CE Sports in 13 with 46, followed by Zero Tolerance and Sincerity, and of course ATROX down in 16th position with a nice little 18 points for themselves. They progressing, they're making it, you know, putting on some points every game, which is nice, great to see. And I suppose the real question now becomes, you know, are we going to see the teams here from maybe the Magicians, maybe Aphelion Apex, maybe Zero Tolerance, something like that? Are we going to see them start to shake things up? Because we saw that they were at least looking for it. They were ready to receive if things went their way in our cancelled map earlier. And so now that we go on to Sanhok, I mean, usually this is the map where we can see that start to happen. A lot of teams make mistakes or get tripped up. We saw that a little bit in day number 1. It got cleaned up big time in day number 2, but I think there's still a lot of potential maybe for some of the teams on the second page to make some moves here on Sanhok.
Well, it is time for everybody. Like I keep saying, this is put up or shut up season. You have to go hard or go home. If you don't come correct in every single game, you cannot make it into the prize pool brackets. Like you can't be in the spots that gets prize money, and that's what everybody's here playing for. You know, so ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone, players competing, please, this is a time for you to go ham. Now, S-Proxy, we're going to stand up close quarter battles. We know how it happens, usually chaotic, sometimes it's extremely passive, and then we have a massive explosion at the end. What kind of game do you think we're expecting in this particular map in the finals?
Well, if Erangel or the 2 Erangles were anything to work off, I do think a lot of teams are playing it a little bit more passive, especially in the beginning. And that means we have a longer game. That also means that we have more chaos towards the end. Sanhok, you can't really do that. Like, you can try avoid as many teams as you possibly can, but the spaces, there's a lot less space to work with. And if we're seeing the zone do the crazy things that the zone's been doing today, then I don't think a lot of the teams that should be making it to the end are going to be making it to the end if they don't control that situation, if they don't engage in those fights from the get-go. So I don't like to say it, but I think we're going to just see chaos again, and teams, unfortunately, maybe dropping the ball if they don't make sure that they're the ones in control of the situation.
Whew. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time, it is time, it is time. Are your seatbelts fastened? The plane is in the air. We are flying over Sanhok. My name is Dr. Sid, leaving you in the very capable hands of S-Proxy and Patchy, and I'll see you after map 2.
Thank you, Dr. Sid. And finally, we are on the real deal map 2 over here. It is Sanhok handed to us with a very nice flight path in store. The teams should be able to get into most of the spots for them. Maybe over towards Camp Alpha might be a little bit more difficult, but I mean, it should be pretty easy drops for the most part. And I'm just interested to see if your predictions are going to be accurate there, Proxy, because you seem to think that this map is going to be chaotic once again. We're not going to have some of these clean-cut, more, non-chaotic games.
I don't know. The issue I have is, if they employ the same strategy, or at least this is what I was trying to say. If they employ, oh, look at that zone, firstly. Yikes. Ouch. Painful. If they employ the same strategy that they, oh, listen, we're just going to avoid everyone, because that's what a lot of teams were trying to do. They were trying to, other than like esports, who just decided to, become Uber drivers for the day, they were trying to avoid as many people as possible just so that they could steal that last, couple of games. And I mean, Infinity AF is definitely one of the teams trying to do that. They're trying to avoid as many initial fights as possible. They want to prolong their chances of survivability till the final moment because, of course, they want to keep that buffer. They want to make sure that they are staying on top and they will be the champions of season 4. And the only way they can do that is by you surviving and staying out of fights. So if that's how everyone is going to start, changing their strategy and avoiding people and not going for those fights, especially early on, we've said this time and time again. If they're not doing that, then we're going to have a shoulder to shoulder situation on Sanhok, which is a lot less space to work with here, Patchy. So I'm hoping that they're going to be moving on out of this sort of mentality. Like, I completely understand it though. Finals day, you want to make sure that you're in the best possible place, and sometimes that means that you play a little bit more careful, you play a little bit more passive. I understand it, but I don't like it on Sanhok, particularly because you've got such little space to work with, and that space has just been halved by our zones. So that's what I mean by the chaos, and that's what I mean by if they don't basically take, the bull by the horns here, engage those fights and start those fights on their own terms, then we're going to see chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, that is something I 100% agree with you on. Absolutely, it's something I've been saying for quite some time as well. When it comes to a lot early on in the seasons, we were talking about some things like randomness of zone, flight path combinations, the luck of the draw kind of stuff. Because some people will say, oh well, this team, they kind of just got they got lucky. They're not good, they just got lucky. And I mean, I suppose that happens sometimes. But for a lot of the time, I think for when you get more competitive, you kind of want to eliminate some of that some of the randomness of the game. You want to eliminate some of it, control as many elements as you can, and it's exactly as you say, take the fights on your own terms, because as soon as you're not doing that, you're kind of thrown into the deep end, and you've got to try and adapt and quickly get the wits about you and try and deal with a lot of pressure all at once, whereas you could have made it a lot easier had you decided to, as you say, take the bull by the horns. So yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. It would be nice to see that happening. Of course, as you've also pointed out quite aptly, that zone is very much limiting the playable space at the moment, and for the most part, I think that the teams are going to have to position really, really smartly here as they move up and as they move forward. And I'll be interested to see where the zone does start to side towards, for the final kind of slant, where it's going to go. If it's actually going to go down to the coast, maybe, or focus towards the channel, or if it's actually going to go onto the mainland. Because if it goes onto the land, and sort of takes the water away, it'll be a little bit easier for the teams to manage. But I've seen it before, where the zone on this map sometimes goes to that that little channel area right in the middle of all three islands.
Oh, yes.
And it just sort of drops in there, and you have teams fighting over the channel. And it's kind of weird. It's kind of funny sometimes. You get these teams that are like awkwardly swimming across and getting caught out here and
Please
there.
don't hurt me, please.
Yeah, it happens. So it would be interesting to see if we get that here today.
Interestingly enough, that little spot there right next to Paradise Island with the little island in the middle of the canal, we've had a zone end on that, and the team that won was the team that actually got onto that little island first, which no one was planning to do, because why go there? There's no point otherwise to ever go there ever again. But I mean, the amounts of zones I've had, especially recently with PUBG, that have ended in water have given me a little bit of PTSD when I see these kind of water ending zones, because it's like you said, that awkward time where a lot of the teams are just trying to swim into position. We're trying to, avoid getting shot at like fish in a barrel. It's just, oh, talking about fish in a barrel, look at Zero Tolerance. They have set up a crossfire of note. And unfortunately, Aimbot is going to be the recipient of such a crossfire, going to be going down immediately. A thirst will be coming through surely. and Zero Tolerance will be happy with that one. These bridge trolls, Patchy. These bridge trolls coming through here, man.
Demanding their gold before picking up the thirst as well. Got to pay your dues. I think a lot of those sincerity patch points that they earned earlier have now been handed over, for ransom there.
No, well, they didn't get them because first map didn't count.
You know what? I'm
They
feeling
go there
nice.
the second map. Okay, fine. Okay, well, patchy points aside, if you look at Sully and Influence Rage, they're taking a nice little swim here. And as I'm talking about it, look at Sincerity now. I mean, Aimbot was enough, but look at Rogue out for the count. It's down to Easy and Willy, who are now not in such a great position here. Zero Tolerance from across the bridge have just secured themselves 2 kills and have, unfortunately, made the fates of Sincerity looking a little bit more grim, because just on top of the hill, it's none other than Slime4KT, who are also very hungry for a couple of points themselves, because they want to close the gap there between 2nd and 4th place. They want to get closer and closer to Infinity F as much as they possibly can. This is painful.
Are we not going to talk about BBC just getting straight up blown up by the Rila insiders and sent out immediately?
I was going to leave that to you.
Are we just going to ignore?
I'm sorry. I was going to leave it to you because it's a painful topic.
I'm crying on the inside watching BBC just getting exploded.
Smacked.
Literally instantly by the Rila insiders. Like, I was literally watching as you were talking, like, it was just like, BBC player, BBC player, BBC player.
BBC player,
I was like,
BBC player.
no,
And I was just like,
this can't happen. This can't happen. How could you let this happen, BBC? You're in 3rd place right now. You can't drop the ball.
Look, it's a good thing, not for BBC. It's a horrible thing for BBC, but it's a good thing for the other teams who are engaging in those fights. This is what I was talking about. Because these teams are now being more active, we're avoiding, the doom situation I was talking about, where the teams are staying passive, and then we have this shoulder-to-shoulder chaos because, they want to be safe, they want to be careful because, finals day. But now it just looks like everyone has decided, you know what? I mean, at this point, the score gap is so ginormous by the Infinity AF team that I'm going to do my best. And my best is going to be rolling up like lag on some of these teams and taking them out as far as I can, because that's the best way that I can do it. G3 Temper now rolling on up to Team Unique, but looking there, the kill feed, it looks like Zero Tolerance found a little bit of a Slime4KT and decided to take a kill for themselves, so maybe they might not be in the hopeless situation that we previously saw them. Oh, sorry, no, that was actually the other team. So Zero Tolerance has now picked apart 2 members from Sincerity. They're starting to pick apart Slime4KT. And I think we might be seeing the Zero Tolerance that we want to see, tuning right back into them. Here's Skydo taking out another member there from Slime4KT, deciding that, listen, it's enough. It is enough. We've been sitting in a horrible position on the leaderboard. We're sitting in 14th place. We can at least take out one of the top contenders and make this absolutely difficult for them to try and get the championship. Maybe a little bit of revenge coming through from previous seasons. Maybe, trying to get back into the swing of things. Going out with a bang. And G3 Temper feeling a little bit of the pressure themselves as well, Patchy.
I'm not too sure what to say about what's happening at the moment. Like, how are we seeing Zero Tolerance taking out 4KT? How are we seeing Unique taking out G3 right now? Like, there's some interesting things happening here on Sanhok as proxy. It's definitely not going according to what we would expect at the moment. G3 are struggling quite considerably here up this hill against Unique. They were trying to skirt around the edges and maybe try and get up, but the setup from Unique is pretty good. And with Keish on the back line, on the flank with that nice, hold right there, there's no ways anyone gets up that hill. They're just sitting here like, no problem. And Zero Tolerance is still taking out 4KT in the kill feed. What is happening right now?
What is happening? Zeus is there with the clapback, though, at least onto Skydo, but I'm not sure how many members of Slime4KT is still alive. I am desperately watching that team count right now, because can you imagine if Slime4KT get taken out here? That just leaves Infinity AF all the room in the world to run away with this, because BBC's out. The only team left then would be Lag Esports, who has already picked up a solid 2nd place. But Slime4KT were the contenders to potentially kick anyone and everyone off, like Dr. Sid was saying. Now, that might be it. If they go out in the 2nd game, Patchy, what are we looking at? What are we looking out. Zero Tolerance, where have you been in this grand final? My goodness, rolling on up to Slime 4KT. It's only Zeus remaining by the looks of it. The lone survivor of 4KT is literally about to go out. There it is. That's with that melee. Oh my god, I'm done.
That's BM. That's BM right there.
What?
Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna take this page. You know what happened? All right, this is what happened. I had my my future goggles on a little bit earlier, and I was doing some writing down of the predictions, of what we were gonna see in all the maps. And I think after canceling map number 1, that it definitely messed up the future matrix. The multiverse nexus was changed slightly, so I'm gonna have to slap those goggles on again and see what's going on here, because definitely something's shifted up. We may have shifted one universe up real quick, so I'm just definitely gonna have to check that, because right now 4KT has been sent away. G3 having a tough time. Are they still in play at the moment? They might still be, but yeah, they are still in play. Okay, so they're still alive, but not exactly in the best position at present. We have 2 teams that have taken a very long swim, so they're training for some marathon in the future, and I'm not sure which one it is. I think 3 teams have now taken a very long swim. INF was one, but they've at least beached now. ATROX is another, and I do see we've got another team now off there to the west doing the same thing. So this has been a very fun game so far. Sanhok definitely coming in and smashing our expectations just a little bit. I'm keen to see how long G3 survive in this situation. We've definitely seen them pushed up against the side of a cliff before. We saw them yesterday in a very tough position and actually thriving relatively well, so maybe they'll continue to do that. But right now, it has definitely proven that this zone has forced out a couple of problems for some teams, and some teams maybe just struggling a little bit here on Sanhok for some reason.
I mean, I feel like you're sugarcoating it right now. I mean, struggling? Yeah, we're getting taken out by teams we were talking about. We were. It's like this whole magician's theory coming through. I feel like they started something now. Zero Tolerance coming up to the rise, taking out Slime 4KT. They're out of the count. Aatrox is having a swim and a half, as you've mentioned. There's a few other teams taking a swim and a half. Nice little long rotation around into zone. Magicians here on the high rise here might be able to get a couple of kills with those players rotating in. Aphelion Apex right in front of them, and right behind them it is Sidemen holding the line. Curious to see how that was going to turn out. A little bit of shots coming through, so just need to be careful to not take too much damage, because that zone as well is going to add on to that one. But, amidst the chaos, everything's just calmed down. All the teams have just returned to themselves, hold back the line, and are not getting involved just yet, because they don't want to be taken out here. It's crucial moments here for them, especially now with some of the heavy hitters out for the count. Oh, that's a good nade. Out for the count, they have an opportunity here to take the winner chicken dinner themselves. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to actually get into prize pool positions for some of these teams, but they can definitely try, and I definitely encourage that.
Yeah, why not? At this point, just go for it. There's nothing to lose at this stage. The better you can do, the better, I suppose. Right now, Magicians finding themselves low HP versus Aphelion Apex, but they have the numbers to back up their position. Kage a little bit low. Cold is off on the one side. Ash has been pinning them down for quite some time. Now they just have to find a way out, because that blue zone is going to be moving in relatively soon. They're going to have to figure out their positioning. Some nades getting tossed back and forth. The Molotovs just going a little bit long, not able to flush out the Magicians from their position. Kage just waiting for them to push over. Oh, Ash, look at this, just creeping up. I'm not even sure they know what's going on. In fact, no, and they do not suspect a thing. This is a perfect flank coming out from Ash, and that should be it. Put in the nails in the coffin of Aphelion Apex. Goodbye, sir. They will just get taken out immediately by a very nice flank coming out from Ash. This should be an easy close up for the Magicians. They've got the numbers advantage, and, well, Aphelion Apex really isn't in a position to assist Rusty all the way on the other side. I mean, there's no ways he can help Kage out here. So the Magicians just take the dub here on this particular fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be happy to pick up those kind of kills. Rusty from the back line, just trying to pick up something here. Trying to get a couple of kills, but like you said, it's not looking good for them, especially considering, you're doing all of this 3 layers deep. Magicians holding you from actually getting into the zone. Kage's knocks. they're just waiting at this point. Rusty is stuck. There's nothing for Rusty to do, and now Rusty is about to head 4 layers deep. So maybe Rusty can get a couple of these rotations. If they can get a knock here, if they can be a little bit of a thorn in the side of Magicians, that would be the best bet, really. You know, like, if I'm going to go down, I'm taking you with me. At least one of you, preferably. Just someone, please, because the zone's hurting, and it's just not worth it at this point. But 14 teams left, Patchy. 3 layers deep, and still many, many players alive in a very tiny, tiny place. I shudder to think, but I think we might be having that shoulder-to-shoulder situation after all.
Yeah, we might just be seeing that. I mean, it could definitely come down to that. We've still got a considerable number of teams here on the board. Sicko getting pushed now. That's the Magicians coming up behind him and just taking him out. No support from the team. Of course, they were quite separated then. He was just on the back line. Rusty all the way on the other side. There's definitely no way he gets out of this one without a bit of a struggle. And right now he's struggling against the blue zone. Thankfully, it's only 3 layers, but yeah, it's still not exactly the place you want to be caught out in. The Magicians are the last ones to make the rotate as a full team across that bridge there, where they should be moving in that direction hopefully soon, because we are about to head into zone number 4, which is obviously the beginning of the mid game, and that shoulder-to-shoulder action is looking like it will be on the horizon if these teams can't pick off a few more, wipes for themselves. Right now, we see a lot of teams lining up the western perimeter of the zone, which could be a spot where we see some battles happening. I see G3 is still stuck in their position in the middle there, not really having to move, so at least they're still alive. But as soon as the zone doesn't favor them anymore, they might just be in a bit of a difficult spot. So I think we'll wait to see if they actually decide to do something. I would certainly start planning out my escape route, or at the very least trying to get something going, because I mean, look at this hold from Unique. Keish is still on this mountaintop here on the side. He's got a perfect angle if G3 decide to either push up or rotate away, and the rest of Unique is waiting. And they're like, all right, if you push out, if you expose yourself, if we get that call from Keish, we're just going to peek out immediately and take you down. There's nothing you could do. It's either that, or you wait for the blue zone to wash over. We're gonna stay here. So they found themselves in a difficult spot because, of course, that zone has shifted up north, which is going to force them up. It looks like the Sidemen have gotten themselves into a bit of trouble as well. So I guess here's where we start to see things pick up.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is the point, but again, it might be a little bit of chaos. Infinity AF have made that rotation smack bam in the middle of zone. Insiders rolling up on their territory as well. Lag also making that rotation, also one of the contenders that we are desperately looking at to see what's going to happen here with Slime 4KT out for the count, with BBC out for the count. Sidemen now, unfortunately, feeling the brunt of the action here with Influence Rage just on the high rise, getting a couple of shots into that one. And Natural Killers involved in the conversation as well, but not in the way they would have wanted it to. Unfortunately, being the team to drop a couple of players here. So everyone just picking apart each other, bit by bit, one by one. As we look at it, the players are slowly but surely dropping, but the teams themselves, those numbers have stayed the same. Still 14 alive, still 14 in this to potentially take that winner chicken dinner. Sincerity now, the team in contention here to take a couple of bullets, be a bullet sponge, just a little bit. Unfortunately, Sully, ooh, not in a great position there. And Natural Killers will be happy to take a little bit of that. Everyone now, this is the chaos I was mentioning, in alluding to that this is what's going to happen. We saw it happen on Erangel, and now it's happening again. And the team that gets out of this is the team that's got the most information. It's the team that's got the better position. The team that potentially might be Infinity, that's just holding the line and waiting for everyone to take each other out. Like, they're like, well, what do we need to do? We're just watching everyone do this. It's funny. We're just sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, what better than to just, get your nice position, get your gun out, and, wait for somebody to walk into your crosshair and just take them out. There's nothing better than that feeling. And at this point, there's a lot of teams that are in danger of having that happen to them at the moment. With that blue zone moving in, G3 have finally decided to rotate. Of course, that delayed rotation definitely necessary for their survival. But now they have to push up past Unique, and it looks like Zero Tolerance is just there on the western side of that mountain, pushing up into the region as well. So that's going to be a difficult fight for them to try and get past. And of course, here on the other side, we've got a bunch of teams trying to squeeze up in across that line, trying to get into safety. And there's like 4 of them trying to do the same thing. Natural Killers off on the backside, getting the Magicians all up in there with the Sidemen as well. Rila inside and time pushing over the hill. INF taking some serious damage there. Sella goes down here, Sleepy, trying to find the rest of the Natural Killers. But man, this fight is going to be a tough one considering the zone has shifted up once again. They have about 38 seconds to plan out exactly how they're going to take this one. G3 suffering a few losses at the hands of Unique. There goes Flaco. He gets taken out. Gunner getting taken down as well. That is hugely problematic for them, because they're going to go out way too early for what they're wanting here in this map.
I'm also seeing Zero Tolerance feeling a little bit of the brunt of the action there by the hands of Magicians. Taking a couple of players there, and so far they're taking a lot of players. There's a lot of knocks coming through and a few confirmations as well. Team Unique seems to be involved with the fight as well, and turning our attention here to the Sidemen, who have just spotted Magicians doing exactly that. I don't see Zero Tolerance, Patchy. They're gone. They're actually gone.
Yep.
Wow.
Tolerance gone.
After such an explosive start with Zero Tolerance, taking out Slime 4KT, and now to see them going out in 12th, 11th, not the way that you would have wanted it, not the way that you would have wanted it, let's be honest. But we turn our attention to the team still trying desperately to get into zone, and ATROX is picking up some massive points here. They're the team with Magicians picking up the kills, and they're doing well. They're literally just anyone and everyone that's in their crosshair is going to be a victim. Infinity just holding the line and hiding. So far, it doesn't seem like they've been getting involved in anything just yet. We'll see how long that lasts. Lag as well in the conversation, holding the line. Magicians finding more and more players. And, I mean, they're sitting at 6 kills already. They're looking to churn up the heat onto Team Unique right now and make sure that that is going to be the 8th team going out. Not before Infinity, though, gets involved. There's a little bit of cover there to Team Unique, a little bit of payback though. It's a cruel turn of fate though, because Magicians were obviously the ones to save them in that previous game that we won't mention. But here it is, Infinity now turning their attention towards Magicians' legacy in zone, trying to heal it out. But for how long? And it looks like they might be the last remaining member here of Magicians holding the line. Rila Insiders just behind Infinity, Patchy, and we've got 7 teams left.
Yeah, I mean, you literally called this one out. You said it was going to happen this way, and it exactly happened that way. The teams got into so much chaos. There was a lot of tripping up happening, and a lot of teams have suffered because of it. Nico, they're getting eliminated. 6 teams remaining here. We've got the Rila Insiders on the doorstep of Infinity, and they are not going to live for much longer there in that particular position. Zeke getting taken down there. J-Roller going to fall as well. Just no chance of taking that gunfight despite their positioning. Which is really unfortunate. 4 teams remaining now as Infinity are starting to roll up into the safe zone. And in fact, it's a drive-by as well. They're having a fight out with Unique, but it's not going to be an easy one. Unique are going to find a lot of damage into Infinity, and Infinity have lost a lot of players too. Lord trying to chime in and stop that from happening, but they've already done so much damage, and it's irreparable. There's no ways that Infinity can res those 2 members. They've been taken out. There's 2 players left for Infinity, and that's putting them on the back foot because everyone else has got more. There's the elimination onto Unique, but it's C Esports taking a fight with Lag, who are still fully equipped, full members. These guys have been landing 2nd place for far too long, and they are not content with 2nd anymore. They're looking for the chicken dinner, and it is barely, just barely within their grasp right now. They're pushing up on C Esports. Just a few more eliminations in that particular direction. Infinity getting taken out there. 2 teams remaining. It's Lag, it's C Esports, and Lag should have this one in the bag.
Just looking for that last final confirmation. The last few members of C Esports just whittling away in the grass, snaking it out, trying to survive. This one down to 1 member of C Esports versus the entire squad of Lag, apart from the 1 knock, of course. Going through into the finals. Again, I am reminded of that first Erangel game coming through, but this time it's Lag that has had the winner chicken dinner given to them on a silver platter, and absolutely well deserved up until that point, picking up some fantastic kills. And of course, this just means that they're going to be climbing that leaderboard in 2nd place, potentially being the first team to get closer to Infinity AF than we've ever seen today.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity's still top 3, so that buffer zone is still definitely going to be there, but certainly Lag has closed the distance significantly, or at least to a decent extent. Not going to be overtaking them anytime soon, but just the fact of the matter is, we've been watching and waiting to see if Infinity, Lag, BBC which of those positions were going to change, if any. We were questioning whether Infinity was even going to be able to keep their spot, but right now, that buffer zone is just growing. It's growing, and no one is closing it except for Lag because they're still in second position.
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm going to have to take back my prediction of Slime 4KT coming and winning everything. Seeing as they just disappeared in the first round of this map and are nowhere to be found on the leaderboard of any points up. Yes, thank you very much, Slime 4KT. I was expecting them to do a lot more, but big shout out to Lag Esports putting some major points on the board, which is necessary to shake up those top tables. Esproxy, what was your highlight of this particular map?
The part where Patchy actually said that I called it and I actually predicted it correctly, that was a good moment for me. When you take a look at the game, I think it really came down to those final moments where the teams were trying to scramble and trying to manage the situations around them, because it was absolute chaos. Let's be honest, absolutely. But I think honestly, Lag Esports were on something else there to stay calm, to make sure that they're rotating when they needed to rotate, and that they're holding everything in control and making sure they know exactly where everyone is. That was beautiful. Really, Insiders, though, picking up 11 kills. I mean, that's not something we have seen yet. So definitely going to be shouting out them. And Patchy, I don't know, for you, what are you looking at here?
I mean, this leaderboard right here is seeing the Magicians, Rila Insiders, see Esports, Team Unique, all picking up double point finishes here, double digits, which is great for them. I mean, they're going to be moving forward. But the big ones that we've been looking at, I mean, this is ultimately because we want to see who is the crown champion of Season 4. Previously in earlier on in the season, we're looking at things like relegation zones and whatnot. But right here, there's no such thing. We're looking at who is the champion. And right now, Infinity are still keeping their lead. Lag Esports are continuing to push on up, making sure that they don't fall out of place. So they're going to still be quite high up. On the other hand, BBC not taking any points here in this game is definitely going to hurt their chances at staying up in the top spots. Now, of course, we still have 2 maps after this, so there's plenty of opportunity to keep moving. But at this point, we have to point out, we have to remind everyone and say, listen, 2 games left for the whole finals. For the rest of the season, it is done after these 2 games, 2 maps. It seems like a lot. It's really not. There's very, very few precious chances to make any big changes moving forward.
Yes, and looking at the MVP of that second map, Zeke from Rila Insider with 7 kills, 526 damage, and survival time of 21 minutes and 50 seconds. That was a game 2 of the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Nordwind Gaming Africa. This was the PUBG Mobile segment. We will be right back after this break with some more action and the updated leaderboard. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is still the greatest show on earth, the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Nordwing Gaming. And we have just had 2 maps in our 4 in the final of the PUBG Mobile tournament. My name is Dr. Sid, here with Esport and Patchy, and we are bringing you all the action that is the grand finals. Patchy, please talk us through our updated leaderboards after map 2.
Yeah, so we're still looking at Infinity AF looking very strong, and I think in a lot of people's minds, and I mean even in ours, they are very much in the contention for taking the win. Overall, I think they have the potential to just stay exactly where they are, pick up that win and walk home with some prizes if they continue, with this performance. Of course, Lag Esports very close behind them, and they're literally the closest contenders right now, and they're only 30 or just under 30 points behind, which is fantastic. BBC still in second position, which is great to see. Team Unique literally hot on the heels with the same score in a position number 4, followed by 4KT and Rila Insiders, which are also very, very close behind them. So, I mean, literally from position number 3 down to position number 6, it is neck and neck. And then, of course, an Influence Rage and G3 Temper quite close to one another. They're in position 7 and 8. So it is looking like quite a competitive first page. And obviously, there's going to be a lot of battles for those spots there. But I really do think that it's going to be difficult to dethrone Infinity and Lag right now, just based on what we've been seeing so far. Of course, Miramar a little bit more comfortable for a lot of the teams. But for the teams here on the second page, not as much hope into getting into those top finalist spots.
Oof, ladies and gentlemen, it is hot. It is hot. It is looking like it's a two-way race between TAF and Lag Esports. But then again, this is the Umzansi Esports League. You never know what's going to happen. Esport, we're moving into the map Miramar now, which is obviously a wider map, bigger map with more opens and more long-range encounters. Do you have any predictions or insight into what we should be expecting in this particular map?
Well, looking at Sanhok and looking how passive the players were being again, and it bit them. It bit them quite a lot in the butt. So I'm hoping that the teams have learned their lesson and they're going to change it. I mean, we've had 2 maps now, maybe even 3 maps if we count, our first fake Erangel, where teams have been literally caught off guard because they haven't been dealing with the competition before then. They wait until like 5 zones deep, and then they're like, okay, maybe now we should get involved in some fights. And then they do, and then wow, they get third party, they get fourth party, they get fifth party, they can't rotate. And you wonder why, because like 14 teams are, nestled into this little tiny area doing the exact same thing. So I need the teams to be active, go for the fights. Yes, it's Miramar. Yes, the rotations are longer. So you have that time to loot up. You have that time to think about the strategy. But when you get to an opportunity where you can take a fight and engage, get the fight, get the kills, be done and move on.
Yes, it's all about engagement. Take the fights, take them on, engage people, ladies and gentlemen. It's not always about the position points. The kill points also can get you up that leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, map 3 of the day, Miramar. Plane is in the air. We are ready for the action. My name is Dr. Sit, leaving you in very capable hands once again of Esproxy and Patchy, and I will see you after map 3.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Dr. Sid. It is indeed map number 3, officially at least. It is Miramar, and we are heading across with a very nice flight path right in front of us. It is going to be very easy for the teams to drop down into the places that they like to be. The real question is the zone going to be nice, or is the zone going to be a little bit of a troublemaker here for the teams? Because it certainly has seemed to decide quite a bit about what happens. As Proctor, you were talking about how a lot of it comes down to, when that zone just kind of shifts up and the teams are like, we have to rotate now. So now we're kind of in a little bit of a, trouble.
Whoops.
We're in a bit of a pickle. Oh boy, what do we do now? Hopefully with this map, maybe there's just a bit more room to maneuver and the teams will be slightly more comfortable with getting a few things done before that starts to happen.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I get it. Look, I honestly do. It's that final day. It's big match temperament. It is the last game of the season. It's massive. It's crucial for every team here, to pick up the points. Not only, if you're one of the teams in contention for the prize pool, of course, but also just, some bragging rights towards the end. I mean, get yourself a little bit higher on that leaderboard for the next season. Get some practice in. Try and stick it to the guys that are really leading the pack, and see if you can contend. It's going to give you such valuable information coming through to the next season. So you're going to know as a team, what do we need to work on? What do we need to fix? Let's fix it and get ready for the next season. Looking at the zone, pretty standard. Weirdly enough, I feel like the zone has been the nicest it's been today. Patchy. It's letting the teams rotate on in. They're gonna have an opportunity, maybe a couple more spots there towards Los Leones that they can go for the looting as well as Impala. But ultimately, a lot of space to work with as it is Miramar. And I still can't believe that we had such a passive gameplay coming through on Sanhok, and then towards the end, of course, chaos after chaos after chaos. But I did think it was going to be different starting off with that initial forefront, especially with Zero Tolerance and Slime for KT. Then, we had Team Unique and the Magicians. So I was about to eat my words. I was like, great, this is looking a little bit more active. I'm hoping it's going to stay and we're going to sustain this energy, but it didn't quite go there. And now onto Miramar. Ooh, Slime for KT finding natural killer Sella, but Sella is holding the line, taking down Aimer there. I'll come back to what I was saying shortly, but for the time being, once again, Slime for KT finding themselves in an unfortunate situation here. Stella obviously had the time to loot up and is not going to be able to be ready for the last remaining member here of Slime for KT pulling it up, but they will be able to get that thirst and survive for now. As I was saying, I thought it was going to be more active on Sanhok, especially because it is Sanhok, close quarter combat. Everyone knows where each other is, so I don't know how they're going to change it up here on Miramar Patchy, but we can't be having this chaos towards the end. If you're a team that wants to contend, you're a team that wants to control every single moving part. And that's been some of our leading teams. That's been Lag Esports. That was Slime, Infinity on the first map. They were quiet. They knew exactly what they were doing, but they engaged in the fights as soon as they had an opportunity. Lag Esports was no different. Like, as soon as they had an opportunity, let's go. Whether that means rolling up on the biggest teams in the game, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get those points, and they've been rewarded for it so far.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm just sort of rolling through some of the numbers in my head to see exactly what we're looking at for the next two games, this game and the next one, which is, of course, going to be the final map that we have for the grand finals. It's going to be the actual finale of the finale of the finale. And I mean, just thinking about it, some of these teams, even on the first page, will have to get back-to-back 30 bombs if they want to even try and contend for top 3 spots. And I don't know if that's really on the table right now. I mean, Infinity's been pretty consistent. Lag has been pretty consistent. It has been quite a struggle for a lot of the other teams to try and get up, into the top spots here.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm going to be more keenly watching BBC, who have still, as of the moment, got their third place. But they definitely need quite a few points to make sure that they don't get that taken away from them.
Yeah, BBC has also been a little bit quiet for me today. I mean, they've also unfortunately fallen into some unfortunate situations, like on Sanhok, they were just blown up, and it was just immediate. And then towards, I think, the latter half, I think they got caught in a third party, so their luck has been atrocious today. But if they want to stay in, prize sharing position, if they want to be able to take a little bit of that cashola home, then they need to make sure they get some points here, and that starts off by getting some kills, being the ones, to do the blowing up and not be blown up themselves, because that's just unfortunate. But a lot of teams have been pretty smart. I mean, it was really clever of Zero Tolerance there to set up that little bridge camp there, wait for a couple of the teams to come through. They not only took one, but two kills off of that one, turned it around and picked up a couple more, and they were super active with it. And it really goes to show how far they pushed themselves up on that leaderboard, because they got 55 points now, and I believe they were well around 37 or so. Very abysmal placement. So I mean, if the teams at the top can do that, the teams at the top are the ones that are going to close that gap. And I'm hoping that they take a little bit of that inspiration. That, look, other teams are doing it, they're not feeling the pressure. Why are we feeling the pressure? We have this opportunity to go further. We have this opportunity to get more. Let's shake off the nerves. Let's play our game the way we've been able to play our game for this entire season, really. I mean, the months on months and months of PUBG Mobile has come down to this. They have the experience. They need to get into the right mentality, and they need to take it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we'll have to see if they can take it right here. Slowly, the teams are moving in. to get into the zone and just position themselves up. I see G3, of course, doing what they do and making their way in towards the sort of middle-ish of the zone. We've got BBC having moved in through the western side there, just past Sincerity. Some pretty good space to utilize. It's not too much of a rush at the moment. You know, there's a lot of space here. It's Miramar. It's not too pressing right in the beginning. One of the things that unfortunately we haven't seen that we were seeing a little bit early on in the season is a lot of the earlier activity coming in. Sometimes we saw the Miramar starting out with a few battles that really helped out, just boost the early game forward a little bit. That hasn't happened, so a lot of the teams are still on the board now. That's not too much of an issue just yet because the space is still forgiving, but we know that that doesn't last long. And just historically, in terms of this weekend and even in terms of today, that has proven to be quite a difficult thing for a lot of teams to handle. We saw that happening in Sanhok, where things got a little bit difficult to handle. Kind of that blue zone just moving in. You were commenting on how you would like to see a little bit more activity to just even that out a little bit, balance that out, and make it a bit more manageable. We're gonna have to see that happen at some stage here, and hopefully that starts to happen soon-ish. Because if we move into the mid game with all of the teams still alive, then that starts to become a reality once again, and we might just see a repeat of the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, we've obviously had that one player be taken out, and that's been it. That's been the only action we've had. So, exactly, very quiet so far, very passive from many of these teams. They're just trying to get their loot up. They're trying to get into a position where they can actually take the fight. And I mean, speaking about taking the fight, we've got a couple of bullets now being flown out. Looks like at Team Unique, to be specific, or Team Unique is doing the action as a couple of cars are rotating on through. So, they're trying to get a couple of points here. They're trying to get a little bit of damage dealt. Potentially a knock would be fantastic, of course, but that's not always the case here. If we look at it, Apache, Infinity AF, they're just avoiding everyone. They are literally just playing the quiet game, but they have the capacity to do that, and I think that's where the difference comes in. Infinity AF, and maybe even Lag if they're keen on staying in second place, they have the ability to just avoid everyone.
Yeah.
As long as they can stay in a good enough placement, no one can catch them. Because we've mentioned this time and time before. The only way someone is going to knock Infinity out of their spot is, one, Infinity goes out early for a couple of the games. Two, the team that's trying to win is close enough in that top 4 and gets, a couple 30 bomb, maybe 40 bombs.
Yeah.
Like, that is high stakes. And that is all because Infinity have laid down the perfect foundation for today's games. Like, they've done the best preparation that any champion can do. And that's why, if they do go ahead and they win this season, because look, I'm not going to say it's all cut and dry. I'm going to say, look, there's a possibility. But if they go ahead and they win the season, it's going to be because they deserve it. Because they put the foundation, they put the work, they put the structure in place, and they've executed it brilliantly, especially coming back from, a couple of the server issues that, were had, the players experiencing those issues. They came back that game. They won the second game, the second iteration of Erangel, and now they're just staying above the rest, which is exactly the only thing they need to do today. It's easy sailing for them if they just keep to the strategy. So, looking at the rest, Magicians putting on in now. Once again, Infinity AF taking the long rotation, the long way around, the slowest way around to avoid as many people as possible, basically keeping their back to that zone to make sure they're not going to get third-partied. It's a little bit of chaos there, of course, towards the middle. It looks like the teams are a lot closer than they actually are, naturally, because, Miramar, huge map. But at some point, yes, those teams will be going head-to-head, and we will be seeing the chaos unfold as that second zone closes. I don't know, Patchy, where are you thinking? Are we thinking this is going to be another Lag Esports game? I mean, if it was, it would be fantastic for them to once again close that gap. But how have you been feeling about their performance today?
Well, I mean, this weekend they've been pretty good. Today, we only saw them show up in the previous game, so maybe they have finally found their motion, find their footing, and they're going to sprint forward through this game. I mean, they're really the team that's in contention right now with Infinity. And you were talking about the criteria that you sort of laid out for the other teams trying to make up into this position, and you said that a couple of games need to go badly for Infinity. And then, of course, the 30 and 40 bombs need to come through. Those are pretty high standards that you mentioned there. And, of course, that means that Infinity needs to go out basically now. And you've literally just spoken about how they're playing the longer game where they're most likely not going to go out first. So we're literally staring down the barrel of Infinity is not going to be going out first. And the other teams are likely not going to be dropping 30, 40 bombs back to back for the next 2 games, which means that really the only big contenders for their lead at the moment is, as you pointed out, the question that you're asking here is for lag. And so it really does become about, okay, has lag turned on now? Is this where they start to pick up and say, all right, let's go, let's try and make this final dash and see if we can actually overtake Infinity? There's definitely the potential to do that. It needs to be a phenomenal performance from them here, and I think they're certainly capable of that. But I think when it comes to Miramar, a lot of teams are quite competent.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about Mirror, I'm always thinking about G3 Temper. I'm always waiting for them to bring on a show, especially with those buggies. You talked about it before. Up the mountain we go, and G3 Temper just controlling the sector like absolute champions. So, I mean, yeah, there's opportunity for many of these teams to do that now, and I'm hoping that they do. But again, it's only lag that can really make a difference when it comes to our champion, unless I don't even know. I can't even imagine what would need to happen for neither of those teams to be the champion here for season 4, because it's come to that point where the points are too far. There's too many points to try and catch up in a mere 2 games. Like, what's the highest point game that we've had this season, off the top of your head?
It's I'd say 30 something is probably the highest we've had.
Let's say
Off the top of my
34,
head, I'd say
right?
31.
31. Okay, cool. 31. So 31 plus 31, if they get that back to back, 62 points. 62 points to get to catch up to Infinity. That's 100. That's nearly 80, 60 points above everyone else. Like, and again, that would have to be someone that is really close to them, which can only be Lag Esports. So big stakes here, and I do want to see this change, because we could still look at the top 4 to see how that prize pool is going to be shared. Slime for KT, what's happening there? A little bit of damage being dealt there. Sidemen also not taking a couple of rotations here to get out of the danger zone, with a few teams still having to make their rotations, and it does seem like Magicians might be actually in the fight here for some contention. I don't know, it feels like everyone's just starting to get some kills here on the rotation, which is great. This is what we want to see. Thin the herd a little bit. Let's get some numbers out of the way and give these teams a little bit of breathing room. And it looks like Sanhok, AT, and Natural Killers are trying to do exactly that for themselves, but as is Influence Rage here, taking out a couple of the members here of Sidemen, but not the team wipe, just a couple of members. Still a few left alive and kicking. BBC also getting close to that care package, might be in this. And I mean, they're still in this patch. They have an opportunity to get into the zone right next to Lag, of course. Might not be the best chance, but Slime, KT, and Natural Killers, they're having this little showdown in the blue zone.
Well, that's always fun. And of course, BBC picking up Sincerity, their aimbot just getting outgunned there by For Luck. No problem for them. I think it's only 2 BBC players that I can see here, so I think there's only 2 remaining. For Luck taking a little bit of damage in that fight, so of course he's just going to be healing up, but it's definitely a welcome pickup. Yeah, indeed. 2 players down for BBC already, so they've got 2 remaining for themselves, but it's not the worst position to be in. I mean, we've definitely seen teams with low player counts come back with some pretty fire moves, so it's not necessarily done and dusted for BBC, but I think in this map they're going to have to play quite spectacularly if they want to keep their positioning here, because I mentioned I was looking at them to see if they were actually going to maintain their 3rd spot on the overall leaderboard, and I'd love to see that happen, but they're certainly going to have to step it up quite a bit. And with that zone shifting all the way to the east, it's going to be a tough one for a lot of teams, especially BBC, who now need to pass G3, Lag, C, Magicians, Unique. And I mean, these are not teams to be trifled with. I mean, we've talked about Lag. They're already on position number 2, G3. They're fantastic at this map. Definitely some of these teams you don't want to be rotating past with only 2 players and, keeping your fingers crossed that you don't get taken out by these guys who are very capable of taking you out.
Very capable indeed. And really Insiders feeling the brunt of the blue zone there. Again, not a single team wipe just yet. Many of the players still staying alive. We have dropped a significant number of players though. That number is just gonna keep going. That blue zone seems to be the MVP so far from Miramar, taking a couple of kills themselves. And now, a lot of the teams still have to get into zone 4 layers deep, it starts to hurt, especially if you are lagging behind, which a few of the players have been doing. I think Natural Killers still have a few members outside in that zone. We've already shifted on forward, and ooh, this is interesting now. So Influence Rage Africa, smack bam in the middle of the zone, right next to what it seems like G3 Temper. Aphelion Apex just on the outskirts with Infinity AF. And speaking about G3 Temper, here we are. And they're actually picking a fight here with Influence Rage. They want this real estate to themselves. They're going to start there with taking out Hainsley, leaving Mercury and Sully now to try and recover the situation. Nico just around the corner to get involved, but they have to be careful with the other members of the map looking to do the exact same thing. Sincerity, in the meantime, taking a couple of hits there from Infinity AF. And many of the players scrambling now to try and get some of those kill points, get those foundations laid for these final zones. Slime 4KT as well finding lag. It means that everyone is now picking up the pace, which I love to see. We're starting it off nice and early before the space gets limited. Look at G3 Temper here, Patchy rolling up on Influence Rage down to the 2 members, of course, Sully and Nico now just watching their teammates getting slaughtered, but they're going to get involved at least and return the favor with one of the knocks there, hoping to do a little bit more here.
Yeah, it's super useful for INF to have those 2 players up on the top of the hill for a little bit of auxiliary support, but it came in a little bit too little too late. At this point, G3 had already rolled up. They were already taking out the players. Now Sully been down there behind the van. No chance for the res up there. Nico being isolated at the top of the hill. So G3 has basically come out on top of this fight, no problem. It looks like Lag has actually found themselves face to face with the BBC and the Blue Zone. And I think they may have just been eliminated there. I can't 100% confirm. No, they still have a player left, but they're out in the Blue Zone in a very difficult spot. And of course, 4KT and Unique are still out here to maybe do some gatekeeping. 4KT rolling up right to the grill of Unique there. So that's going to be a bit of a fight that we're about to witness there. 4KT trying to take it right into Unique. Sorry, pushing up to see if he can take Zeus down, but a lot of damage going through. Sorry, still alive though. Going to dip out just in the nick of time, but 4KT have been dissuaded from pushing over the hill for the time being.
Ooh, so much action going down, and Slime 4KT holding on by a mere thread. Those nades definitely are not helping their anxiety around. Look at Sorry just around the corner, prepping another one, is spotting both of them out. That nade is cooked. Out it goes, and it takes down Zeus, down to 1 member remaining. Just trying to hold on the line here for Slime 4KT, but it's looking grim. Team Unique are very happy to take this final confirmation and move on to bigger fish, but BBC getting involved might just give a little bit of space here for the last remaining member here of Slime 4KT to potentially get out of this, maybe get a little bit of revenge themselves, but obviously having to worry about everyone around them. And I mean, here for Team Unique, they've got Keish on the back line again, holding the flank. They're just waiting for this last remaining head to just pop up so they can get it done. Finished and over. I don't see how anyone gets out of this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 4KT's chances in this map have been mostly deflated now. There's very little that can be done. Even if they somehow manage to get away, you know, you're a lone wolf in a game full of, you know, full teams. We're talking G3 full team. You know, it's not really the position that you want to be in when you take on squads like that. I think Infinity are also sitting up with a pretty strong team themselves, which is, of course, the leaders of the current, you know, leaderboard. So you definitely don't want to be trifling with them and taking them full on in a 1v4. It looks like 2 knocks have actually gone through in towards 2 of Infinity's players, so I might just be watching them getting taken out relatively soon. In fact, there it is. Yeah, Paradox actually going to pick them off there with some taps, and the Blue Zone coming in to assist. G3 getting taken down there by BBC. And here, of course, is Unique putting up a defense against Aphelion Apex as that Blue Zone starts to close on him.
Oh, BBC, those confirmations coming through. Infinity AF feeling the brunt of the action here. And Magicians just around the corner from ATROX, with Rila Insiders actually pulling on up. But Trip not in a great position. They're taking quite a bit of damage here. 9 teams remaining in this very, very tiny zone. And everyone just trying to find an angle to get into the action. Aphelion Apex still in this one, but starting to take a little bit of damage there. Sicko going down. Looking at the situation here, I feel like anyone in this map that has some sort of cover, just some sort of an angle, just to hold and to wait for everyone to rotate in, will be the team that's going to survive the longest and hold the line, potentially taking that winner chicken dinner. But we'll see how long that lasts. It also is heavily dependent on how the zone is going to be pulling. Taking a look at that, Team Unique and G3 Temper still getting the party going. Down to 2 members remaining there for Team Unique. Not looking too healthy. Just behind them, it is Kage, who has just made it up and will be happy to take a couple of kills away from G3 Temper, taking over from Keish. Oh, baited with a nice nade coming through there. And that's going to be Team Unique basically confirmed and out of this one. And the play zone once again being the MVP. My goodness, let's just pick up all the kills, shall we?
Yeah, well, I want to see the Blue Zones KD at the end of the season, to be honest with you. It'd be great to get that because I think they deserve that, that honorable mention just for the sheer amount of kills that it ends up picking up game after game. But in any case, C Esports now encroaching up here with the Magicians and ATROX. The Rila inside is just off to the side as well, and they've got to start moving in because that Blue Zone is hot on the heels about 12 seconds before it comes on in, and things are about to heat on up because as soon as all those teams start to move forward, well, they're going to be exposed, and that is going to be quite a party for anyone who's looking in their direction at the time. Ash trying to get some nades prep, but instantly sniped to the ground by Kira. You got to be careful of those sniper rifles, especially on a map like this where, you think you're safe and then you just get hit in the face with a very well-placed bullet. By some snipers, so definitely have to be careful of that. Trip trying to move on in very low on HP, though. He's picking a fight with Aatrox to try and secure himself a spot in the safety of the zone. G3 now pushing on forward. It looks like they have some pretty good success for where they are. They've gotten one of their players knocked, but for the time being, they're inside the safe zone, which is maybe all that matters moving forward with 6 teams remaining, and the blue zone about to make a whole lot of trouble.
Whole lot of trouble indeed. Looking at the remaining teams, these aren't some of the ones that we were waiting for to give us the action here, but nonetheless, Influence Rage Africa, G3 Temper, C Esports, Magicians, Aatrox. These are your top 5 teams that we're looking at here in contention. Obviously, all of them for the winner chicken dinner. Some of them a little bit better off than others, especially C Esports right now, who are very happy to pick apart the Magicians and confirm them out for the count. Back to the lobby you go. We'll see you on the next map. Looking good to take a little bit more here. Muffin especially taking a lot of damage, and Nico just trying to get into zone as best as they can. But they're going to be hitting those 6-layer deep, and it hurts. It really does hurt. Flacco here for G3 Temper, picking up a couple of kills with the Blazon once again, getting the confirmation. MVP, I'm telling you, on this Miramar map. But let's look at this. Let's go off a little bit of theory here. G3 Temper in zone with all 4 players alive, trying to get that last remaining C Esports player. It's hiding behind the car out for the count while the rest of the team are moving on up to Wizard. Again, this is a coordinated attack here from G3 Temper, who have the numbers. They have the advantage here, but they want to get this done as soon as possible so they can focus on the last remaining teams. And of course, Aatrox now being taken out. It just C Esports. It's a 4-on-2 situation here. It's Ellie and Wizard here for C Esports trying to hold the line from G3 Temper, trying to survive as long as possible, but they need to actually get the kills here if they want to take the winner chicken dinner. They have to find the angle. They're cooking a couple of nades, trying to get it over the line there, but G3 Temper, they are staying mobile. They are avoiding anything and everything that could take them out of contention here for the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and who else other than G3 to be the ones looking for the chicken dinner here on Miramar? They really have proven time and time again that they are incredibly capable when it comes to Miramar. It doesn't matter which position you put them in, they can make something work if they've got it. And I mean, time and time again, they bring all their teammates up into that final zone and they come in strong, and it should be a clean up there coming through from them. G3 will take their chicken dinner here on Miramar, and ultimately that means that they will at least have a good shot at moving up on the first page and getting themselves in contention for a top 4 finish to secure one of those spicy prizes.
I definitely think they've been listening to us when we were saying, listen, if you want a good example of how to play Miramar, look at G3 Temper. And they came here to show it to us tonight. We mentioned them as one of the teams that are fully capable of playing on Miramar, and lo and behold, this is the winner and chicken dinner that they get.
Yeah, G3 took some advice from themselves and copied their own style to become good at Miramar. And there we go. They got the chicken dinner there for themselves. A fantastic win that they definitely needed. I mean, we're talking about teams that definitely want to get into the top 4 of the leaderboard to get those prizes. And I mean, that's a great way to make things happen. I mean, with teams like Infinity and Lag just kind of running away with things, you kind of want to reel it back in just a little bit and get that performance going there. And Miramar was definitely the way to do it for G3 at the very least. It's a map we know they're very capable on, so well done to them. Of course, that concludes the 3rd map officially of the finals here, which means we have one more map left, which is not all that much if you think about it. I mean, we've just been talking about the averages. I mean, the most points that we've usually seen getting picked up in a single game is around about 30 when players go absolutely nuts and, you know, they get the chicken dinner plus the 15 kills, and it's not exactly something that we expect to come through. And even if it were to come through, it's not exactly enough for most of these teams to move on up. Proxy, take a look at the scoreboard for us.
I mean, G3 Temper picking up those 27 points. Great for them. Again, when they started tonight, they were in 7th place, and slowly but surely they've been picking up a couple of points here. We'll take a look at the overall standings a little bit later to see how that changes it. But C Esports, out of nowhere, they come through, and they were next to last today. They were literally 15th place when we started. They've been also just getting a few points here, but making a massive statement coming through here on Miramar. ATROX as well. I mean, basically, C Esports and ATROX were our last 2 contenders on the leaderboard, and they've just picked up a massive, massive game. I mean, some of the other, usual contenders that we're waiting for, Slime4KT, Lag Esports, BBC, when we talk about those top 4, look at where they're sitting right now. Team Unique, also one of the new additions to the top 4. All of a sudden, where's the points, Spatchy? Where's the points? I don't know how those top 4s are going to be looking, but after a game like this, I feel like we have a confirmation on the champion. We just don't have a confirmation on who those top 4s are. But you take a look at the MVP and see who did the most on Miramar. And of course, it is coming through from C Esports. Wizard, potentially one of the members to thank for that absolutely explosive performance there on Miramar with 7 kills, 1,065 damage, and a total survival time of 24 minutes and 16 seconds. Absolutely beautiful. But Miramar done and dusted. That means only one more map left. And of course, it's the 3rd Erangel, or technically the 2nd Erangel, but you know what I mean. So, I mean, the teams have had their warm-up. They know what they need to do. They are so prepped and ready for this game that I'm curious to see if we're going to have that strategy change, or if they're just going to run. If they're just going to run and gun and hope for the best. Because at this point, the score gap is getting a little ridiculous. We'll be right back after a short break, and then we'll get right into the action on the last map of the grand finals of the Umzansi Esports League Season 4. Stay with us.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, Dr. Sid, Esploxy, and Pachi, and it is time for the final of the final of the final on the grand finale day of the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. It is time for us to say goodbye after this final map. I can't believe it is coming to an end. We have seen some action, and it is going to be amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the updated leaderboard after map 3.
Oh man, we have come
Yo.
such a long way to get here, but here we are indeed. We have finally gotten to the point where one game will decide who manages to stay and who manages not to stay, I guess. It would be the antithesis of that. But here we are, the Infinity AF with a considerable lead, still about 30 points ahead. And at this point, I honestly don't think they're going to be dethroned. Lag still has the potential to do so, but basically what that would require is that Infinity go out relatively quickly and then Lag come in with a very nice 30 bomb or more, which is, I think, a very difficult scenario to pull off. So I think they have their work cut out for them if they want to do that. I think for the most part, they're most likely just going to try and maintain their position here in second place and secure that second place prize pool, which is very spicy. G3, on the other hand, they've scooped their way up into third place, taking it away from BBC, who are now down in fourth. Still a pretty decent position from them, but I really want to see BBC step up in this last map. We have not been seeing the BBC that we saw this weekend. Really, they were doing so much better in days 1 and 2, and I just want to see them make that final little burst here in this match to just get them and secure them a top 4 finish. I would really love to see that from them.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it would
you know,
just
and
be
just to
what you
tell. Oh, sorry, I was just going to make some information about letting people understand exactly how we distribute the prize pools here in Norway. Team in the Umzansi Esports League final gets a payout. I mean, but just means that the team, the top 4 teams take the lion's share of the prize pool. So everybody in this league is getting a payout just for being able to compete in the premiership of PUBG Mobile in Africa. This is the prize pool distribution, as we mentioned before, and that lion's share that I was talking about is that the 4th place gets $765. Third place gets $920. Second place gets $1,530, while the first place gets $3,680. And the rest of the money goes to a payout to all the teams that compete in the top flight. So this is a league that promotes African gamers and gives everybody an opportunity to earn, empowering the youths of Africa. And it's brought to you none other than by Northern Gaming. So let's give a shout out to Northern Gaming for that. So S-Proxy, sorry for cutting you. I just had to throw in that information up.
No, it's exactly what you needed to showcase. And I was gonna say, you know, BBC coming through after the seasons and seasons that they've been involved in Umzansi, I would want them to have a little bit of something extra. I would want them to have that moment to shine because they've been a good contender. They've been making it to these points time and time again. They've been in Umzansi. It's a name we started Umzansi with. So I'd like to see them, you know, rising to the top and getting, you know, one of those line shares of the prize pool, not just getting a thanks for participating prize pool, but a good share of the prize pool because they deserve it at this point and they've been playing well this weekend.
BBC, there you have it. S Proxy is in your corner. She's telling you, my friend, do what you gotta do to get into the top 4 at least to get a big share of that prize pool. You've got 1 map left, which is our return or 3 turn to Erangel. It is the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, correction by the producer. All 32 teams in the Umzansi Esports League get a payout, which means that as far as for the Umzansi Esports League from the Nkosi League, you get to earn some cash money. So who says that esports doesn't pay on the African continent? Think again. You have just not been part of the Umzansi Esports League. Ladies and gentlemen, it is countdown Patchy. Any Patchy predictions for this final map? What are we looking at? We've got about 30 seconds before we fly in.
Well, I honestly don't have any predictions other than I think we're probably going to see Infinity taking the win overall. I think it's kind of set in stone at this point. What I'm really waiting to see, as I mentioned earlier, is to see if BBC can maintain, their lion's share. If they can get a piece of that pie, it'd be fantastic. I want to see if Lag can get it up. I think they might just be motivated enough to try and, make a dash at it. If we see that happening, then we might see Infinity getting taken out early, but that would have to be targeted, and I think it would have to happen quite quickly, and we'll see if that's going to be the case or not. I'm not too sure if it will happen, but I'd love to see that final push being made by those top contenders, in just one last conspiracy there to just take out the leader and try and undermine them and maybe take their position.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the final map of the day and of the season. And my name is Dr. Sid, leaving you in the very capable hands of Esproxy and Patchy as they talk you through all the action. See you after the game.
Oh, man, it is so strange to be sitting here once again looking at the end of a season after months and months and months of watching these teams just absolutely go at it, after watching them struggle to make it up here, after watching teams getting relegated, after watching victories and disappointments. We have made our way to the last map of the grand finals of season 4, and we're about to watch and see who is going to be picking up those big payouts. And right now, I don't know if there's much doubt by anyone watching at this point that Infinity is probably going to be walking away with the crown here.
I mean, it's the question we've been asking. We started the day off with having Infinity really having such a beautiful foundation. They had so many points, they were looking strong. And then coming through to the first official game of Erangel, of course, the official one, they go ahead and they win. At this point, they didn't need to. It was just, they could have just played it safe for the rest of the day and stayed an average contender, and they would have won. But no, we go ahead and we win the game. We set for, an even better foundation that we started with, and now they can rest easy. Unless literally what you're saying, we have a conspiracy for the entire server and everyone takes out Infinity and gives all the kills to Lag, we will see Infinity take, season 4. But that second, third, and fourth place spot has yet to be determined. I feel like Lag is very close to absolutely confirming that second spot, but third and fourth, we're looking at Team Unique, we're looking at BBC, who hasn't had the best of days, we're looking at Slime 4KT, we're looking at a few of the teams climbing that ladder and trying to get closer and closer to the money, but it's all going to come down to this last Erangel game that by now, if the players are not warmed up for Erangel, I don't know what you want. How many Erangels do you need?
Well, I mean, they've had 3 today, so, I mean, surely you can't have much more. I mean, literally 3 matches is like the cutoff for the majority of the Umzansi League before you get to the finals, So if they've literally played the amount of Erangel that you would have played maps in the, the body of the league. So just alone, they've already played an entire season game set just on Erangel. So, I mean, that has to count for something. These teams have to be warmed up. They have to be ready. They have to be prepared. And, I mean, we did actually see right off the bat Influence Rage get in there into Malta, slap bang between G3 and BBC, who have dropped in their traditional drop spots here on Erangel. So already we've got a little bit of contention in that middle section, especially now considering that exact position is also in the middle of the zone. So, yeah, I mean, right off the bat, we've got a little bit of a close positioning there from some of the teams. And then, of course, just based on the flight path, we have a lot of teams in the West that need to make their way on in. So that's definitely going to cause some havoc there in the West when the rotations come through. So I'm starting to like this. I'm starting to be quite interested to see what happens, because INF, or Infinity, should I say, are all the way on the West there, and that means they're going to be in the thick of things, which either means they could get taken out early just based on some chaos and some crossfire, or they could come away quite strong with a lot of points and just be easily securing. I mean, we will literally be able to see very soon whether Infinity are going to be dethroned, because at this point the opportunities are basically running out by the second. and it looking more and more impossible by the moment. And then we of course focus on whether teams like Lag and, as you mentioned, BBC and Unique are going to be stepping it up here. I'd love to see BBC step it up here in the final game. I think they definitely have the potential to do so. I've been saying it time and again, and I think we agree on that point. They definitely can. But I think Unique have actually been having a better day today than BBC have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they pulled out, the Rapid from the hat, suddenly getting themselves into top 4 and looking like a real contender. I mean, it would be the underdog story of the century if we see them suddenly just out of nowhere climb on up and grab a share of that delicious prize pool, at least a bigger share. So here for Infinity, this time not playing the zone play, actually center of the map, edge of the new zone, but of course there's still many players that are going to rotate on in right past them or right into them, which is not what they want. If they want to stick to this passive play, if they want to stick to avoiding as many people as they possibly can and holding the line, unless we're seeing an aggressive Infinity AF coming out here, because by now they've got a comfortable lead and they're like, well, last map, season 4, we might as well have a little bit of fun with it. We might as well go for some of these kills and be a little bit more active this time around. And that might be what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure how this is going to go for them. I feel like if you do take that risk, then the action should be starting. They should already have a good idea about